It'll say live when we're live.
We're live.
Ladies and gents, welcome to the last of the Friday night live streams. And I'm here with my good friend and guest tonight, Frank Vaughan. Frank, thanks for coming.
This is the end. My only friend, the end.
So I'm going to get into the reasons. I'll get into the reasons for it in a little bit here. I'm going to wait until there's more people in the chat room and more people around before I start giving out the reasons. And this is just so that people, when they watch the video later and they see the clickbait and they come in, that they'll stick around longer and get more view time before. No, I'm just kidding. We're just waiting for more people to come in. No, I'm not kidding. I'm totally kidding. This is how YouTube works. This is the way you do things. You bait people in with things that are not true. No, this is the last Friday live stream. Absolutely. And we'll be getting into a bit of that, but just so you know, I've been doing these live streams for over 3 years, like 3.5 years, every single Friday. That's crazy, right?
Mm-hmm. That's dedication.
That's dedication. That's time out of your life. And yeah, well, again, we'll be discussing that in a little bit because just want to make sure people get on in here. And the chat is available. I just don't have it on the screen for you guys tonight. So forgive me on that one. But I'm sure you guys will really enjoy this as things come along. The numbers on YouTube are just whacked out right now. No idea why that is the case, but nonetheless,
I kind of hear that. The video I did today, it's got a 3-to-1 like to view ratio. So for every 3 views, it's got a like, and the click-through rate is hovering around 18%. The comment rate is like 10-to-1, and it's got no reach. It's just not getting any reach. It couldn't be more engaged. You know what I mean? Percentage wise. And then, I've had videos this week that just sort of, for the last couple of weeks, that just sort of catch fire, and I don't know what the difference is.
For me, it's really weird because I talk about US politics on my shorts, and then when I do on my long videos, they go nowhere. And it's like YouTube has a different audience for my shorts than they do for my long videos. And I can't figure out the dichotomy there. Oh, if I mention Carney or whatever in my Canada stinks or whatever, yeah, tons and tons of viewers. But it's like I'm not interested. That's the problem. When you lose interest in a thing and you want to talk about the things that are interesting to you, then you get this is how people get pigeonholed. So I'd rather, like, for the long haul, it's a good thing not to quit your day job, because if you're in it for the long haul, you get to talk about what it is that you care about. That's the goal.
Well, that's it. I've given up really kind of measuring it by subscribers, because honestly, like, the subscriber numbers go up, but views oftentimes just stay the same. But you're building a core community. That's what you're doing. You're building a community of people that you can talk to and bounce ideas off of. So that's kind of what I focus on now. I don't really look at the metrics too much anymore, but I can't help but notice when days like today happen where it's like I couldn't have more engagement, and YouTube's like, yeah, nah, we're not going to put it in the browse feature. We're just going to keep that hidden for whatever reason.
Yeah, because if your click-through rate is up, they should recommend it to more people. But that's
generally what it's supposed to do, but that's not
might help, right, Frank?
What's that?
It might help, right?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I'm sure Miss Steer will be in here eventually, or G-Meister will be in here eventually to let me know.
Yeah, that's right. So for everybody watching, Frank doesn't monetize his channel, and we give him crap for it. Make some money. Make some money with the things that you work hard at. It's a thing. Like, would you spend all that time learning how to play guitar, go out on the street, and then tell people don't throw a coin in the guitar case?
Well, I got a guitar case. You can throw a coin in it if you want.
Okay.
I've got a tin cup.
Oh, you just don't like the ad revenue. You just don't like the ads.
I don't like the Eye of Sauron. I mean, that's part of it. I don't like the increased scrutiny. Like if I use a piece of copyrighted music, ooh, I'm demonetized. I'm already there. So like I can just kind of do whatever I want and then someone else will get the revenue from that. But like, yeah, I don't know. And then the people who do support me, they're really keen on the idea of ads free. So I'm kind of, I'm locked into this for now. I mean, there's a little part of me too that's just, if people stopped engaging, if they stopped liking, if they stopped commenting and they stopped watching, I could probably just go back and live my introverted blue collar dream. But the community just won't go away. They keep coming in. So, here I am getting my blood pressure going every day.
So the thing is, like, I guess a lot of people maybe don't know. I was doing a lot of YouTube before any of this took off. So I had a DIY channel that was relatively successful. I did some other podcasts with other people. And then this channel here was actually just kind of a second channel of mine that I just had for like doing vlogs and things that I wanted to experiment with. And then when the Freedom Convoy happened, I just started reporting on that. And that was it. And then everything took off. And then it's just been like, it's been a 3.5 year crazy whirlwind since then. But
and here you are.
Here we are. Well, I guess 4 years ago now. Wow. Holy cow. 4 years.
Time goes by, man. I mean, I've been living in Saskatchewan I'm getting closer to 4 years now. That's hard to believe. I lived in one place for 40 odd years and now I'm not there. And it still feels kind of new, but clearly after 4 years, it's not new. I certainly feel like I'm at home.
Yard Prep just made a good point. He said, Frank can choose to monetize certain shows though. So you don't have to monetize every video. You know that, right?
When you join the partner program, they then review all your content to see how it applies. And so they're
not if you because you have to actively monetize each video that you upload.
Yeah, but they have to approve you for that privilege. So they do this according to what I read when I went to look into it.
Oh, okay. So like my process every day. My process every day is first I upload the video, I give it a title and all that stuff. And then the next tab is, do you want to monetize? You can say no at that point, and then that cuts it. That's it. So it's over. Publish.
Just looking at Canadian Deplorables comment, if you get revenue from ads, do it. We have ad blockers. It wouldn't be a ton of money. What it would be is a bunch more reach. They give you a lot for allowing ads into your video. So they push it to more people, including your own subscribers, because your own subscribers, unless they've clicked the bell icon and done all the things, they don't know. Yeah. And a lot of the times people have, 1,000 channels they're subscribed to, so they can't possibly humanly check all of them. Like even mine, I have way too many channels I'm subscribed to. So unless they know to check or they're really passionate about your work, then, it's not being pushed to their feed. Although sometimes it is. I get it pushed to me. Like I go and I watch
your own videos.
My video is pushed back to me and I'm like, thanks YouTube, appreciate that. The precious reach you give me is being wasted pushing this to me.
and then you lose out on your click-through rate because you're not clicking on your own video.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I really never thought about that. Now I gotta click on my own stuff. Oh man. I never even thought about it that way.
Yeah, you're scrolling right past it. And you don't want to just like click on it for a second and click off, because then it's like watch time is down.
Yep.
All of these metrics, they play into how it all works. Yeah, they absolutely do. But yeah, we're talking about YouTube backend stuff. I mean, yeah, monetize your channel. I'm going to tell you time and time again, you're not going to do it. Whatever, I'll just say it. And then you'll get more reach.
Until the day I do, and then you'll be the first to know.
Yeah, I avoid it. I avoid the ads by just having YouTube Premium.
Yeah,
I have a lot of people that say like, why would you pay for YouTube Premium? And I'll ask them like, okay, well, do you have Netflix? They'll say, yeah. Do you have Amazon Prime? Yeah. Well, how much do you watch those? Well, hardly ever. But I'll never get YouTube Premium because I'm not going to pay for that. Like you probably watch like 4 hours a day of YouTube, whether it's like listening in like at work or, whatever. You got your YouTube Premium, YouTube Music, like all that stuff, ad free.
Sorry, you got a super chat for $10. I got to read this because I'm going through this right now with my kids. Hey guys, went to the dentist today. Been forever since I left a tooth for the tooth fairy. You have kids, so I thought I'd ask, does the tooth fairy index for inflation? Look, dude, I got 50 cents in 1986. My kids get $5 a tooth, those little turkeys. So
Yeah.
it's indexed for inflation and their mouths are priced. I'm going to be out like $120 a piece or whatever it works out to.
And my daughter knows about delaying gratification. She held on to a tooth for months until she wanted the money.
It's a store of value. Forget gold and silver. She's got teeth.
She's got teeth. She hung on to it. And then my son lost his first tooth, and she's like, tonight's the night. Tooth fairy's getting a tooth. So she came for both. Yeah.
She busts that out later with a CPI report, and she's like, Dad,
yeah,
got to forward this to the tooth fairy. $20 for my granddaughter's first tooth, says PJ Fan. What's that all about? Wow.
Holy cow. Kid. Wow. Spendy parents on that one. Holy cow. Yeah, you know, there's a lot of them in there, right? There's a lot of them in there.
Sorry, man. Again, at Ragman, he says, my uncle is a teacher and was telling kids the tooth fairy was dropping $20 bills. Parents were not happy. No doubt.
No kidding.
Cost parents a lot of money, yeah.
Well, there's the tooth fairy, Frank, the tooth fairy.
What did I say?
You said the tooth fairy.
Oh, okay. All right. My apologies.
It's costing the tooth fairy a lot of money.
Well, you want to know what's funny about that? When it comes to Santa and when it comes to the tooth fairies or tooth fairy, I've never told my kids that either of those things are real. They have invented it themselves by inference, and they play along with it. And I'm pretty sure, I think at some point I've told my son, like, Santa's not real. He plays along anyway. And it's a lot of fun. Like, none of the fun got removed because we don't play the myth. You know what I mean? We're still having fun with it, but it's interesting how kids, they'll just roll with it. They'll make believe, you know?
Yeah, my parents never did it. The Santa thing, never did that, or the Easter Bunny or any of that stuff. It was always about the religious message. And it was largely because when my mom was young, so she grew up in like poor Scotland, right? When she was really young, and it was like post-war Scotland, and she really wanted this doll once. She really wanted this doll, and she bugged and cried and did all this kid behavior, bratty kid behavior to get the doll. And then she got it for Christmas, and then not long after that, she learned that it, you know, not a real thing. And then she realized what sacrifices my grandparents went through to make sure that she got that. And she didn't want it anymore. She's like, look at the things we could have had instead of that. And yeah, it really bummed her out to the point where she's like, I don't want to teach my kids that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so we had the nativity and all that stuff, but it wasn't like banned from my house like some religious parents do. Like
No.
It was just like, oh, we're not doing that. If you learn about it at school, have fun with that. It's nursery rhymes or whatever, that kind of thing. But yeah, there's never a peep about it in my house.
Yeah, it's just pretty laid back. I mean, I put out a crystal nativity that my dad had, and the kids are familiar with what it means, but like the whole thing just kind of flows organically, you know. Like it was this year we put up a tent in the living room. We bought a yurt tent so the four of us can do some camping this summer, and some without having to crawl in and out of a 2-person tent, which I'm not really into. But we have like a really tall living room, so we set the thing up in the living room, and we lived in there for 7 days over Christmas. So we had the Christmas tree in the tent, all of us huddled around it on the cots, and that was what we did, and it was pretty cool. I don't think we'll ever be able to do one like that again, but the experience was totally worth it.
Well, that sounds like fun.
It was great.
Sore back.
Oh, buddy, I didn't sleep for a darn. I think I slept one out of those 7 nights, and I was more than ready after 4 days. But you know how kids are; they didn't want to let it go. And well, I love my kids, so
fair enough. They won. We got another chat from this is OP Chi. Says, I had to get YouTube Premium to really enjoy the great independent media without all the crappy commercials. Keep up the great work, Clyde and Frank. Yeah, absolutely. I'm all about that. I'm all about that. Just buck up, couple of bucks.
Well,
way cheaper than a cable subscription or any of that stuff.
There's a lot of people who harass me on X, for having a premium check mark. And they're just like, oh, you just want the status or you want this and that. And it's like, no, I don't mind paying for things that I use. Like I don't mind paying for things that I use. Like, for one thing, it's a write-off for what I do with it. And the second thing is I enjoy the platform. And since Musk took over, I could nitpick if I want around the edges, but I'm a lot freer over there to say what I mean. And I don't, he talked when he bought Twitter about freedom of speech doesn't mean freedom of reach. And I'm like, okay, what's that code for? I've never really hit that reach wall, and I don't feel like I'm holding back the things that I say. Like, I give my opinions, and I don't curse and swear and name call and go crazy like a lot of people do. I keep it pretty civil, but I say what I want to say. And I've never felt any sense of censorship on X. So I don't mind throwing some money at that.
Yeah, I'm the same when it comes to, both platforms. I haven't really felt a lot of censorship on YouTube. I've found like just weird, arbitrary, ever shifting goalposts of like what's okay to be monetizable. That's what I've noticed. And it changes. It changes all the time. So, for example, for a while, you couldn't say the word fentanyl. You'd have to come up with a new euphemism for it. You couldn't say suicide. You have to have a euphemism for that. And I've noticed that things have like lightened up lately. Like, it's not even like a lot of that stuff's not even really an issue. I think if you drop too many F-bombs, which I don't typically do, you could get, demonetized or something. If you show violence, like actual, like people getting hit and stuff like that, you can, that can affect your reach. But again, I've been on this platform for a lot of years and I've seen it go through like this ever shifting goalpost. It's better than it's ever been right now, I think.
Yeah. Well, so like, for one thing, when I was using it from 2016, 2017, I'll never forget the 10 days prior to the election in 2016 and how the censorship came down on every platform at the exact same time. It was like a shadow came across everything. Nothing you did was seen. I got community strikes. I had my channel taken down. I had it restored. The only thing that one of the commenters here said, Free Speech says comments are constantly shadow banned on YouTube. That is 100% correct. I pay really close attention to my comment section, and I've got a few filters set up for certain words because I just don't want to manage those words that come into the content.
That's fair.
And generally speaking, no one uses them because if my filter catches those things, it goes to a folder called held. That folder is always empty. But people all the time are complaining about their comments disappearing, and I can actually see the disparity. So like on the back end, I'll see that there's supposed to be 20 comments and there'll only be 12 there. And it's like, where's the other 8? Where'd they go?
I'll tell you what's happening. I'll tell you what's happening. There are certain users that go around on channels and they'll leave links and they'll do all kinds of things that are bad juju for a company that wants to keep you on the website. And so those users get limited. They go into a limited state. And then sometimes like on Twitter, when it says like probably spam or could be spam, is like way down at the bottom. It's like those users. I can never find them, those comments. Like they're not available to me on the back end. Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, I never find anything. So I know what you're like. You get those ones that are like promoting WhatsApp trading strategies, or the latest thing.
Those bots are way more clever because they figure the ways around it, right? They'll figure the ways around it. But what you don't get is like, you'll get one person who has like a phrase that they want to say, and they'll keep using the same phrase over and over again. They're like, Carney's a this or whatever, right? and they just like copy and paste it and put it in everybody's chat. And once you do that, you get flagged as a bot, and then they just go, you're not visible anymore. You're not visible to see. So if you continually repeat phrases in other people's comment sections, you'll get flagged as a bot. Just FYI for everybody.
Well, and one of the interesting things, the inside baseball when it comes to the YouTube backend, is the hide user feature. So
I use it.
well, I use it periodically, usually once a year. Anybody that's in there is going to get released. And then if they're really stupid, they'll end up back in there. But I always release everybody eventually. But the fact is, you can, I do it on X too. Everybody I block, I eventually just release. And then if they're stupid again or they go over the top, they just go back in there. And then I periodically let everybody out of jail. But the hide user is devious because the user never knows they've been hidden. So they can type inanities on your channel for the rest of their life. They can show up and give you that dislike, and no one's ever going to see a word, and they're not even informed by YouTube that it's been done to them. Yeah. So that's another reason why I usually let everybody out, because YouTube's not even letting them know they're in there. And you can tell, like if you go to a channel that that has no negative comments whatsoever or negative feedback ever, then there's a pile of people speaking into the ether. So I don't even bother, because I figure most channels are using that liberally. So I usually don't go in the comment section and leave my opinion. I'll just save it and make my own video or something, because I figure I'll just get hidden anyway. So
I only use it for certain users. Like if it's just like a repeat person who's just constantly badgering other people in the community. Like if you come in, you leave a negative comment towards me, whatever. That's just what it is.
Yep.
Right. And YouTube has a good filter for figuring out what a negative comment is. They usually put them at the bottom. Did you ever notice that?
No, that I haven't noticed.
Yeah. YouTube has their own filter, and like you can't do anything about it. But if people come in and say negative things, they usually end up filtered right down at the bottom. So if you want to see the negative comments of any video, just scroll all the way to the bottom. But if it's a video with 1,000 comments, you're gonna be scrolling for a while.
That's funny, because you'd think I would know that, because when I watch a video and I'm looking for the negative feedback, I always just flip to newest comment first and then read through a page of that.
Yes,
to see what people are saying as rebuttal, and that's where the rebuttals are.
If you want to leave a comment on somebody's channel and have it make it towards the top, make it sound positive, even if it's a negative comment.
Entropy. This is an interesting one. Don't become a Zionist asset. I lost a friend 2 weeks ago because they claimed I was too anti-Zionist. So I'm not really sure where the
which are you, Frank? You're a Zionist at one day, and then you're an anti-Zionist.
I'm critical of Israel at times, when I feel like I need to be, and I'm going to continue doing that. But
I get it too, because like people, I don't know if people really call me like against Israel. I don't think I've ever heard that, or like anti-Jew, but people have called me a Jew or whatever. Like it doesn't bother me because of who it usually comes from. You know what I mean? Like take your criticisms and measure them against the people that are criticizing you, really, at the end of the day. But just to set the record straight, you can criticize a country and not be racist against the people of the country. Countries have policies, and they have governments, and the governments change, and their decisions change over time. You can disagree with it. You can disagree with Trump. Trump's not a dictator as much as people want to say he is. One day he'll not be in office, and that's it.
In light of that particular case, and the only reason I bring this up is to remind people that there's dissension within the Israeli body politic.
Massive.
So before the October attack happened, Netanyahu described what was going on in Israel as a civil war because they had protests on the streets. And there were a lot of Jewish people who were very unhappy with the government. And in the wake of October 7th, we've kind of forgot that. But those were Jews that weren't happy with the Israeli government. And there's a lot of Jews in North America that aren't happy with the Israeli government either. So I'm not really sure how it's anti-Semitic to be critical of the Israeli government. And I'm not really sure how I can be an anti-Semite.
And it's not as you're not a Zionist to be, but you're also not a Zionist if you agree with the Israeli government. You know what I mean? It doesn't.
Not
those don't
necessarily.
equate.
I don't like you're either one or the other. It's like, let's just have a conversation about the facts and our opinions based on the facts, and let's do that. Let's have debate. Let's not just go to labels, whether it's one way or the other. And that's kind of my that's my thing there. But so
yeah, man, the Dominion Society then.
Yeah, 100%.
I got one from Utaka here. It says, "Hey Clyde, hey Frank, and community, taking a shot of Crown single malt and drinking an Asahi in a koozie to start the start of a new era. Cheers." Awesome. Thank you.
Dedicate that Crown Royal to Doug Ford. Cheers. Cheers, Dougie.
Yeah, cheers, Doug. Incidentally, he might be drinking from the bottle that I bought him for his birthday. Utaka, I went down for his birthday and I brought him that bottle. And it was, how can I told him, I said, this is how I could celebrate your birthday and piss off Doug Ford in the same act.
Do you honestly think he cares? He doesn't care, man. Doug doesn't care. It's all
he doesn't give a shit. It's theater.
It's theater for his base. It's also theater that I think I honestly think it's by design. Might as well just get into it. I think they're literally damaging Canada's reputation. As capital flows out of the country, some $60 billion have left. They're making sure that nobody wants to put money in. And even this trip that Carney did to China, it's not like the Chinese are going to be putting a ton of money in. There's no guarantees they're going to put any money in. No. And they left a tariff on canola. It's not a zero tariff. We have to accept their crappy EVs. And the guy dropped the New World Order. Did you see that clip with Scott Moe just shrinking?
I gotta put it out.
Looking like he wanted to shrivel up and die. Like he's nodding along, and then Carney says it, and he's just like, hold up, what kind of cult have I got myself involved in here? But then he comes home and he delivers a message to Saskatchewan where he's just like, if it was a couple of years ago, I'd be upset, with the government. But, Carney's somebody we can work with. It's like, oh, Scott.
Man.
These aren't our friends. These aren't our friends.
Snaky, slimy people. Anyway, here's the clip of Carney and what he's saying.
I believe the progress that we have made in the partnership sets us up well for the new world order.
What?
I believe.
What?
It's so good. What? And if you zoom in, you actually see his eyes squint and his eyes are like moving around. He's trying, what did I get myself into? I got to go home and face my constituents. They're not going to like this.
Yeah.
But I know why he's there. I mean, canola exports, but. And,
absolutely. That's why he's there. Canola, you know how canola will do really well? Ditch Canada. Ditch Canada entirely.
And that's so, people really at the surface level, they say, Carney's selling us out to China and the World Economic Forum. And I see that side of it. I've built that case. It was my concern when he came into office. But I'm also on the side of like, where's Carney's money? It's all parked in the United States. Brookfield makes money off of economic integration between Canada and the USA. And in the wake of inviting China in the wake of all the problems we've had, Trump just tonight said he was going to invite Carney to be part of the board that rebuilds Gaza. And I'm like, what's that all about? And then he says, go ahead, make your deal. If you can make a deal with China, go ahead. I have to wonder, because I think that if he was selling us out to China and the World Economic Forum, it would look remarkably similar if he was preparing us for American domination. I think the pathway to those objectives look exactly the same. And in strategy, when you can take an action and it can be interpreted two different ways, that's pudding, man. That's exactly where you want to be, where you can play two sides by doing the same thing. Mm-hmm. And one of the most controversial tweets I've made lately was suggesting that if you think Carney's stupid, you're making a strategic mistake. I don't think he's stupid at all. I think he's diabolical.
This is something that actually irks me about my own audience. And I'm sorry to say this, folks that are out here, but I get so much pushback when I say this. Exactly what you just said. I've mentioned it time and time again. I mentioned that I'll say, the Liberals won the election legitimately. People down my throat on that one. I'll mention, don't ever take the Liberals, don't take what they're doing for granted. They are clever. They're absolutely politically savvy. And what happens? People freak out on me. They're dumb. They're not smart. Look how they govern. It's like, I'm not saying how they govern is smart. I'm saying how they play the political game is very smart. And y'all got played. Y'all got played time and time again. And look at it. 10 years of terrible economic policy. And here we are with another Liberal government just about to be a majority. And everyone's like, just wait, that spring election's just coming around the corner. Like, it's not coming around the corner.
Maybe it happens. Maybe there is a spring election, but I don't think the outcome is going to be much different. Because, like, I see YouTubers.
If there's a spring election, I think that Pierre's going to lose. The Conservatives will lose.
Maybe I can't make that call. But what I can say is that all of the talk and chatter online about, oh, the Liberals are weakening. I look at the same polls that these people making these videos do, and I'm like, nope, it ain't moved a bit. Like, it hasn't moved. Everything is still deadlocked because the country has been successfully hypnotized into thinking that Pierre Poilievre will give the country away to Trump. Well, I think Carney is the guy that actually is preparing country. That's the other option, is that he's preparing Canada. He's making us so weak. He's not getting anything done. We have capital flight. We got Doug Ford dumping out Crown Royal, sending a message to the world that we're a bunch of lunatics up here. You got him going to China, basically saying, come on in. We're going to build a new world order with China. We will be supplicants. You couldn't aggravate American foreign policy. You couldn't aggravate the administration more with these actions, and you couldn't leave Canada weaker. And it had to be a Liberal that did it. Like, if they're in cahoots together, it's a brilliant plan, because only a Liberal could take advantage of the hypnosis that the big red machine has created in the public. Conservatives could never get away with the stuff they're doing. They're cutting the public service. They just sent out 1,200 pink slips this week. Might not have been pink slips, but they notified people at Service Canada, hey, your job is gone, so see you later. Conservatives could never get away with that. The media barely squawked. I haven't seen a single union statement condemning it. Maybe they're out there, but I'm not getting shown it. If it was a conservative, I'd be hearing all about it.
Yeah.
So, like, is it a double play? Is it a double game? And like Utaka, he just dropped another $10 for you. He says, hey, Frank, how do you explain Carney's actions in China? Doesn't seem like a Trump-friendly thing to do. Do you still think they're in cahoots? I think he is only in it for his money and power. I don't know Utaka, but I'll tell you this. What he's doing positions Canada for conflict with the United States, which, if Trump is intending to take us over, whether it's economically or otherwise, a weakened Canada furthers that goal. Yeah. So what Carney's doing serves that plan, as well as serving, at least optically, the Davos plan. And I honestly don't know which is which, because I think
there's two competing sides here. I think Canada's a proxy war.
Both.
Yeah. I think it's a proxy war. I think Canada is the battleground where, it's Trump said it best. I don't need military intervention. It's going to be economic intervention. We're going to put economical pressure on Canada. Well, what is China doing? They're coming in to try to be the hero, to appease, and we're going to get on board with the new Pacific Partnership. They've been talking about this for ages, under Harper, under Trudeau, under now Carney. It's unpopular with the people. It's another NAFTA, but with the Asias, right? And this is the battle right now for the Arctic, and it's not because of global warming, because none of them believe in that. If they believed in it, they wouldn't be buying oceanfront property. Insurance on oceanfront property would be through the roof. They wouldn't be investing in that kind of stuff. It doesn't make sense. But they do want that region because we have better technology to travel it now. We can traverse it. We can get we can mine there. We can do all kinds of stuff there now. That's what's important, and it's strategic because that's where the three world powers are, right? That's where Russia, that's where China, that's where America is. Canada, stop thinking that you're something important, because it's just your landmass, not you. Like, well, sorry, it's the way it's been. But I think Canadians are just finding out about it, but they're mad. They don't like to hear that.
China wants a foot in the door, and Canada helps them get a foot in the door in the Arctic because they're registered as like a near Arctic partner. There's some designation for them because they don't have Arctic front property. But the thing is, we're in an
anyone can be near. All of Europe is near Arctic,
right?
Then.
But there's designations for this horse manure. I mean, the bottom line is Russia and the United States are trying to figure out how to govern the Arctic because we're in an interglacial warm period. The ice caps have been melting for 10,000 years. It's a slow trend. It's going to continue. There is no risk whatsoever of the Greenland ice sheet massively collapsing into the ocean anytime in the next 200 years, unless something climatically changes, and it's not going to be from CO2. So
no, it'd be cataclysmic, like a meteor,
asteroid strike, something bad, nuclear war. I don't know, like not even nuclear war. That would be the reverse. But like, it's they're seeing the trend is set. It's been ongoing for 10,000 years, and so the Arctic is going to open up, and that's just the way it is. And we want to hope that trend continues, because if the trend reverses and we go into an ice age, all of us in the northern hemisphere are dead. We're not going to be worried about global warming anymore. We're going to be worried about how to grow food when you don't have a frost-free day in summer in the middle of Europe, and Spain is dealing with 2 feet of snow. I mean, that's what happens. This is geology. It's not some conspiracy theory. We just have complacency bias. So, and I think to someone's point that I just read in the comments section, Carney could be like, if you look at China's stable. They have a dictatorship. They're stable. They're in that way. When he says they're predictable, I think that's what he's talking about. When they're predictable in terms of corruption. I made a video today.
They're not.
I went through like 15 articles about how corrupt they are and what they do to people. So I mean, they're very reliable that way.
Oh, that way, yes. But I'll tell you where they're not reliable is in how many people they actually have, and how much resources they actually have, where they are economically. None of this is accurate, and none of it's predictable, because you can't get real numbers because it's a central authority. So you're not going to get like an S&P 500 readout of how their economy is doing. You just get the readout from the Communist Party of China. That's what you get. And if you take that at face value, that's to your detriment, and that's to the Canadian people's detriment. If Carney is going to trust what the Communist Party is telling him is happening, it's unbelievable.
Well, their economic numbers are fake. I mean, nobody knows how many are in circulation. When they have, I remember this was like 2022 or 2023.
Nobody knows how many people they have in China.
You don't know how many people they have, and when every single province in China has higher economic growth than the nation, so every single province claims that they have higher growth than the national total, you know the whole thing is fake. They don't even make the effort of trying to get the numbers together.
I have to show you this clip, Frank. I have to show you this clip. So this I saw on Twitter today, and this was I've said it before, no way China has over 1 billion people. They claim that they have over 1 billion people. Listen to this.
You are ready for the number?
Yes.
At one point I projected under 400 million.
What?
500 million. Under 500 million.
Under 500 million.
Mm-hmm.
So you think that they have a very similar population to the United States?
You know it's true because the ominous music anyway, I'll let it play.
States in China.
You got to have a soundtrack. You can't make it short.
There's 1 billion people missing.
And this goes back to what we were saying in the beginning or earlier in the podcast.
It makes a great point here, though.
The fake IDs and all of this stuff being found out.
Yeah, there's possibly 1 billion people missing. It's not a demographic question, Danny. It's a mathematical question. Let me ask you. It takes a couple to have 2 children to replace themselves, right? Think about it.
Yes.
If every couple produces 2 children,
the population stinks level.
Right. So, do you know how many children does every woman needs to have in her lifetime in order to triple its population in 50 years.
To triple its population in 50 years, you
Or-
need to have what? Let me guess. I'm terrible at math.
I'll give you the answer because
Okay.
I asked AI. It's a crazy mathematical. If a country needs to triple or grow its population by 2.5 times, let's just say 2.5 times,
Okay.
over a span of 50 years,
5 kids.
Each woman, you're right. Each woman needs to give birth on average between 4.5 to 5.5 children.
Wow.
Okay.
And is okay.
Now, China.
Okay, so this is painful, but like she gets on to the point that basically China has had the one-child policy. They've had the Great Famines through after the 1950s when they took power. Roughly 100 million people died during that time. So like the base of people that would have made this billion people wasn't around anymore because a ton of them were gone, and we're supposed to believe that they suddenly just out of nowhere turned into a billion people. It just doesn't make sense. Just mathematically, that many people that used to live there couldn't make a billion people.
I think the population's overstated. I don't know by how much. I haven't really looked into that aspect of China too much.
But it's not only that, like they're in massive population decline now because of demographic reasons. So because of the one-child policy, a lot of people didn't want girls, and it was famous. Chinese people were aborting girls, and you just have this nation of men. And then what do you do with that? So then you have this massive decline in population there, just as an after effect of a one-child policy, which was only in only in city areas. Incidentally, the rural areas, they encourage people to have lots of kids, but now they have an elderly population, much like the boomers. There's like the boomers, this big giant swath of the population about to die off. China's got a similar thing going on. There's a huge population decline going on there too. So they're not in good condition. They're not in expansion mode. They're in survival mode. Like, are they going to have an economy in a couple of years? Are they going to have, you know what I mean? This is why Xi has gone back to the Maoist worldview of clamping down, because it looks like power is about to, fall through the cracks in his fingers. It's pretty bad.
Yeah. The effort by the BRICS nations to create a new settlement layer, I think, is a preparation for the eventual either abandonment or revaluation of the yuan, because their Ponzi scheme, their fiat Ponzi scheme, is in even worse shape than the fiat Ponzi schemes in the West, including the U.S. dollar. I mean, the U.S. dollar, Trump and Vance have both said it shouldn't be the global reserve currency. That's disadvantageous to have a strong dollar if you want to reshore manufacturing. So they're going to have to do something about that and the spiraling national debt at some point. Mm-hmm. And like, if the Americans are an aircraft carrier and all of the other nations are supporting fleets, the smaller ships are probably going to sink faster than the big ship. It's just so everything that's based on the US dollar is in for a rework and rewiring, and something new is going to come out of it. There has to be a return to sound money somewhere. And I think
there's a rumor of having like what do you call it? A blockchain based currency that's rooted in monetary metals. So something along those lines.
The bubble that we live in, this fiat, every fiat currency bubble comes to an end, including ours. Yeah. It's been going on for so long that even people in their 70s and 80s don't know any different. They have no lived experience of something else. And the people who might, the ones in their 90s or the centenarians, do they remember? Were they thinking about sound money when they were 10 years old or 12 years old or you know what I mean? Like, it's no one alive has experienced history like we're about to experience. We haven't had a bubble of relative collective peace that's lasted this long between the big nations since, I would argue, the Augustan era of Rome, where there was about 100 and 120 years where it was
You know,
very peaceful.
it's funny. Marty was saying a similar thing, and I pointed out that it's been relative peace, but it's been these superpowers in the world picking different third world regions to have their proxy wars from time to time. Right. And that's what it's
very
been.
Controlled. Yep.
Yeah.
But the vast majority of Earth has been spared warfare for a lot longer than at any time in history. I mean, you go back to 1943. Well, Europe is burned down. China is destroyed. Japan is on the verge of being destroyed. The Indonesia, the Philippines, all of the islands of the South Asian nations, like the only places that were spared were the Americas and Australia.
Not all of the Americas. I mean,
not all. No. I mean,
Cuba had a revolution, wars in like Nicaragua and
but
Colombia.
It's been a relative bubble, and it's coming to an end. And I think that's why I'm really stuck on the Fortress North America idea, because I think that's the only hope for my children. It's the only hope for my children.
I'm beyond that. I'm beyond that. I'm very excited of what's happening in South America. I'm very excited. So right, because the Venezuelans have experienced what real communism looks like, they want none of it. They want away from it. And some of them haven't learned their lesson. And I speak to a lot of Venezuelans, Venezuelans that leave the country, and then you get talking to them, and then they still have like socialist things stuck in their head. You got to snap them out of it. Like, you got to snap people out of it. Sometimes being poor is the only way to snap people out of it, which that's probably a foreshadow for what we're going to talk about Canada coming up. But this has happened in the southern hemisphere in the Americas, and Venezuela figured it out. They got their gun policy, they got their gun control, and they got a communist government, and then they didn't have guns to fight off the communist government. They got lucky because they got freaking oil out the wazoo. And the United States is like, yeah, I don't want China and Iran controlling, and we don't want them controlling the oil in our backyard. So we're going to take control of it. We're going to do that.
Well, under Biden, that was the culmination in China undermining the United States through non-kinetic strategy. So whether it was that mass scale delivery of precursor ingredients for drugs, whether it went to Mexico or Canada, I cannot believe there's still people arguing that Canada doesn't have a drug problem. That's one of my biggest headaches right now.
Okay. So can I explain the nuance to this? Because nobody wants to explain the nuance. They want to say one way or the other. Canada is one of the largest producers of fentanyl on the planet. They are not sending it into the United States. It's an economic thing. So there's not a lot of fentanyl actually crossing into the border into the United States. It's not only an economic thing, but it's a geopolitical thing. If they did, America would squash that, and they would have reason to. The other part is it sells for way more in the United States than it does in Canada, and it sells for a lot more in Europe and Australasia. So the stuff that's being made in Canada is being shipped throughout the world, but not into the United States. What's being made in the United States is mostly made in the United States or in Mexico. That's where the fentanyl comes from.
I'm not so sure about that, because we base that on seizure data, and seizure data is not an indicator of. I mean, you look at what the.
But it's the reason why Trump really kind of walked that one away. Like, he just didn't mention it afterwards, and then
he mentioned it a couple of weeks ago. He brought it up again.
He brought it up that Canada has fentanyl coming into the United States.
The United States does not intelligence share anymore with the CBSA and the RCMP because they are.
No, I do know that they're connected with it.
To the core.
Oh yeah.
So I don't know how much, but I do know that Canada, incontrovertibly, is a money laundering capital of the world, recognized by everybody except the Canadian people. And that we have.
I got to say this because, and forgive me for this. Scott says, okay, then it's okay then, or it's okay then. Thanks for reframing it, but still not good, Clyde. Geez, man. No, this is what I was just trying to explain the nuance. I get what you're saying, Scott, and I get what you're saying, Frank. This isn't my argument. I'm devil advocating it, right? I'm all for the United States coming in and taking out all the fentanyl because Canada won't do it, because the RCMP refused to, because CBSA refused to.
Big money.
I'm all for the United States stepping in and saying, you're derelict in your duty. As a neighbor, you're running a meth and fentanyl laboratory right in our backyard. I'm all for that. I'm just saying this is the argument from the people who are saying it's not happening. Well, it's not that they're not saying it's happening. It's they're saying that it's not going into the United States. That's why Trump's wrong, or you know what I mean? Like, it's like, well, Trump's not wrong. You're just taking a factoid out of it and saying, well, his tariffs are unjustified. Well, his tariffs
are totally justified.
The tariffs are totally justified.
They're totally. I mean, reciprocal tariffs for one thing. That's the main set of tariffs, just equaling what we charge them. I don't understand how people who are so dedicated to taxation as a solution to everything don't understand that we charge the world all kinds of money to do business with us. And so the United States decided they were going to start charging us the same amount of money. And on top of that, they were going to introduce punitive tariffs, which are a second set of tariffs that were going to punish us because we are a rampant criminal organization. We are narco north. We're Mexico with snow. And whether you believe there's wide-scale drug smuggling into the United States or not, I happen to, you have to acknowledge terrorist financing here in Canada. You have to acknowledge money laundering, absolutely. And you have to acknowledge the mass scale of drug crime in this country, and that it's enabled by the bureaucracy and by the politicians to the benefit of the Communist Chinese Party, which is running the triads. The triads are not separate from the CPP. They're an integral part of Chinese society, and they've been running rampant in Canada. And when he's done dealing with Venezuela, which I think is already done, and when he's done bombing the cartels in Mexico, which I think is what comes next, and when Latin America folds, because they will in the face of American might, he's going to look north. And whether he succeeds or not, Clyde, I'm not so sure, because he's got to face the midterms. There's a lot of headwinds in the United States. This is an all or nothing. It's the Game of Thrones. You win or you die. There will be no Trump empire and I mean a personal empire. If he loses this time, it'll be cut up and thrown away. So he's taking a lot of chances here. And America's coming into some stiff economic headwinds. And that's something that's got to be navigated in 2026 as well. But he's going for it. And I think our time is going to occur starting May and peaking in July. And I think Carney right now he's hanging us. He's hanging us out.
That's why I think a spring election would fail. We'll get into that. I just want to share this tweet here.
Well, the hypnosis is strong.
The hypnosis is very strong. So I put this out. I said, I would just like to say, because I like poking the bear. People get mad at my tweets, and it's funny. I said, I would just like to say the United States of America has been so kind to allow Canada to remain relatively independent for so long. No other country in their position would have.
Yeah. And the thing is,
it really is out of the grace of the United States that they're not, and they haven't been this expansionist empire that they're accused of being. All of these things, all these bad things that everybody accuses them of. You know, Donald Trump's a dictator, but you're free to talk freely about it on social media, and you won't be jailed for it. They're an imperialist, whatever, but you're free to, you know, our parliamentarians even go on fucking media and say this, and they're free to do that. And in an independent country that makes poor decisions that are affecting the United States, like it's just crazy to me. It's crazy to me that Canadians think this crap. But I just have to point it out. It pisses them off, though.
I think if we took ourselves seriously as a country, we wouldn't have spent the last 40 years gutting the place and spent the last 10 years in particular with a prime minister and a government, the same government we have today, just with a change of leadership. I mean, Carney was in the shadows the entire time, telling us that it's a post-national state. The Canadian flag is hate speech. The last big Canadian anniversary we had, we couldn't have the Canadian flag. We had to have something totally different. And it wasn't the tri-leaf design. It wasn't the red ensign. We didn't go back and do heritage moment. We did this multicolored bullshit, thing that was based on basically a strategic development color coding, like the strategic development initiative color coding that they do with this pluralistic, diverse society. We denuded our military. We turned it into woke nonsense. There's 1,000 pictures on Google Images of our military waving the transgender rainbow flag. And it's like, what's a military doing that stuff? That is a sign of political and ideological capture. We have a raging national debt. Manufacturing since the 1980s is down by 60-odd%. We've become a resource colony. And this is another thing, man. I didn't even get into this today. We're shipping nickel to China. We're shipping coal to China. We're shipping 70% of our gold to China. Their navy is being built by nickel that we are mining out of our country's soil. And they're going to use that navy, at least in theory, to fight the United States at some future point in a war. Now, I'm not sure we can actually do that. The fact is, we are a terrible ally. We've been a terrible partner, and we can't even stand on our own feet. We're literally like the scrawny kid that has a big mouth in school and is protected because he's got a great big muscular brother. And at the same time, we browbeat that muscular brother and tell him that he's no good because we project our inferiority onto him. And he's just like, what did I do? What did I do? And now we're at a point where I think we're going to pay the price for that. And whether Carney's
Canada should pay the price. Let's just be honest. Like, Canada should pay the price. And I'm not saying this just because I'm American. I'm saying this because, at some point it comes home to roost. You know what I mean? That's how it is. Like, it's got to come back. It's got to come back to equal out, or else what? What, Canadians will just keep doing it. I'm like I've dealt with this for my whole life, because every time people find out that I'm American in Canada, I get the attitude. I get the attitude of, whatever. We're better than you. I somehow in people's eyes, I have like less IQ points the second I tell them I'm American. I don't know why they think Americans are dumb. America's got the top innovation in the planet, has been for forever. All the talent goes there. It's unbelievable. So this pompous attitude in Canada, I've seen it my whole damn life. It's just come to this crescendo recently because Canada's worldview bubble is being torn open to show you're not the great nation you thought you were. All of the things that you took pride in are not the things. And I've even been learning like some historical stuff, like the War of 1812. Everybody brags about Canadians marched down to. It wasn't Canada. It wasn't Canada. But not only that, they bragged that Canadians marched down to Washington, burnt the house down, the White House, and it's like, but that's not actually how it went down. In fact, the British were not doing so well because they were fighting against Napoleon at the time, and then at a certain point, Napoleon was defeated. And so troops were freed up in about 1814, and they sent naval ships down, and with about 4,000 people that went and ransacked Washington. They didn't even step through Canada, what is the Canadian territories, in order to do that. Then when they were defeated, because they got defeated, they ran back to England. The English people that did that. It's amazing to me that Canadians even take credit for that.
And what geopolitical, like, it has no validity in modern times to harken back to something that happened 210 years ago and act like we can just do it again. We can't
try. Fucking try.
We have no capacity, and the government is currently harassing. Like, they want to talk about creating a militia. They're harassing the very people who would be the backbone of that militia, and that's the hunters, that's the people who own firearms and practice firearms, and the ones who have the discipline to have the privilege, because that's what it is in this country, to have the privilege to own firearms, you have to exercise a great degree of discipline, or you don't get to have them in Canada. They're the ones being harassed. So, I had a comment recently, a guy's just like, our snipers actually hit their target, and he was making a swipe at the guy who tried to get Trump, like he misses, our guys won't. And it's like, you talk so tough. He actually had a mask on, dude. His profile picture on X had a medical mask on in 2025, late 2025. Man. And he's talking tough about Canada. And I'm just like, you people are going to suffer and you're going to get us all into so much trouble, because Canada used to have soft power. We were known in the world. We had a peacekeeping capacity. We had a really renowned military, though it was small. Mm-hmm. And we practiced careful diplomacy, and we were a decent mid-tier power even in the 1980s. But now we've become very loud, boisterous, colorful, effeminate, and we don't have anything to back it up anymore. We don't sell good as that. We've lost that power projection, that soft power projection. And now, I mean, Trudeau became
you know what my response to that guy would be? Oh, is that right? The snipers in Canada are really good. What do they do once they get out of their career in the military? Do they go work for Blackwater? Probably. Do they go work?
Everybody else,
right?
Where do they go for
work?
You
got talent, you leave. Is what you do. That's what
you go. Do. If you're playing college football, if you can make it, you go to the NFL. If you can't, you go to the CFL. If you're a medical doctor or you're a practitioner and you want to make money, you don't stay in Canada. You go to the United States. Now, you might stay in Canada because you're loyal to your family. You want to help your community. There's a lot of good people out there that make that choice, but a lot of the talent is brain drained, not just to the United States, but also to Germany and other nations that have universal medicine and just deliver it better than we do. So we're left with the B unit. And then we mass import through the TFW program, the IMP program. We bring in this low-skilled labor force. We flood it. We push our own people out. We harass law-abiding people while we allow criminals to shoot up our streets. You got David Eby low-key coming out like last week or the week before and saying, we're not going to go back to the illegalization and turn a blind eye to public drug use. That was a failure. And he just got let off the hook with that.
Right. He's like, oh yeah, I caused it all because of my crappy ideology.
Yeah, it didn't work. Let's just move on. The press is like,
on.
Okay, yeah, it's okay. You tried, David. You love people. You're empathetic, so we get it. And it was worth a try, even if we had to spend millions of dollars on Narcan to keep people alive who would get Narcan, and 45 minutes later they're getting high on the street again. I mean, it's a basket case here. It's like California, but it's coast to coast, except for this little chunk in the middle where we try to do things different. But we're outnumbered, man. Like Saskatchewan and Alberta, we're outnumbered.
Yeah, no, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. I got to play this clip because you just reminded me of this, because you're talking about everything being about the feels, about as long as your heart was in the right place. It doesn't matter what you actually implemented, as long as your heart was in the right place. Well, where did that come from? Where did that sort of concept even come from? The guys over at Trigonometry had a guest on recently, and she nailed it. She nailed it. Here's the clip. Well, I'm gonna go grab another beer, actually.
But I am saying that feminization has caused one specific particular problem, and that is wokeness. Like a lot of people, I was baffled by the woke phenomenon. Why did everyone seemingly go crazy all at once in the summer of 2020? It was inexplicable. It seemed to be mass hysteria, genuinely. And the more I thought what caused it, which is a very important question, because if we know what causes it, we know how to prevent it from happening in the future. I read an article that someone else wrote that put forward a really simple, elegant thesis, which is that wokeness is simply feminine patterns of behavior applied to institutions where women had not been very well represented until recently. Women tend to be more consensus-focused, consensus-oriented. Men, when they're approaching a moral question, will ask, what are the facts? What are the rules? Whereas women will say, what are the relationships at play here? How can we make everybody happy? Mm-hmm. How can we reach an outcome that will satisfy all the parties? as opposed to the male perspective of how do we reach an outcome that is just and according to the rules. That sounded a lot like wokeness to me. And the sort of piece that made it all click into place for me was the coincidence of timing. It is the case, just we can all agree as a matter of fact, that a lot of institutions that went woke or were affected by wokeness became demographically female in the last 5 years. Law schools in America turned majority female in 2016, and they've gotten a little bit more female every year since then. I think now it stands at 55, 56%. The New York Times became majority female in its workforce in 2018, which is maybe why it was so susceptible to the fads of wokeness and the internal policing and the Slack revolts that took place internally over there. Medical schools are now majority female. The white collar workforce overall, employees in the United States with college degrees, a majority of them are women. And managers, management positions in the US workforce, 46% female, so almost majority female. So the fact that all of these institutions tipped over to being majority female around the same time that wokeness emerged seemed to me that couldn't possibly be a coincidence. And one of the most consistent psychological differences between men and women is women have a strong impulse of caring, right? Which is exactly, I mean, I'm not somebody who looks to evolutionary biology for the solutions to all human phenomena, but this particular one does seem glaringly Darwinian, right? That women see helpless things and they want to take care of them. That is definitely something that Darwin would find a pretty easy explanation for. But that's also something that wokeness can easily weaponize. It means that if you can frame your political issue as a way of caring for some helpless class, then you're golden, right?
Minorities are babies.
That's right. But that is precisely what's going on at a deeper level, and that's why it's been so effective.
And that's why it's been so effective. Isn't that an interesting bit of commentary? If it was a man that brought the same commentary, would have been ridiculed for being misogynist.
Well, instead she'll just get ignored. Like she'll just get ignored. That's what happens to people. It's like people who so-called detransition as if they ever could. Tragedy. They get ignored. So it's like, you get celebrated, you get the articles, you get the social media push because you're doing your transition. And then when you decide, I made a mistake, I shouldn't have lopped something off that I might have wanted to keep, you're ignored. And it's tragic. And there on the left in particular, there's a great lack of having to face the consequences of your actions. And it enables them to not have a moral or philosophical center, so that they can flip their script. I made a tweet today about Minneapolis, how in my view, from 2016 to 2021 was all about defunding the police. And now the same Minneapolis is saying, please, police, you have to fight ICE. You've got to use kinetic force, stop them, arrest them. And it's like, you just wanted to get rid of all of these people, and now you want them to go to war for you. And that's because you don't have a moral and philosophical center. You're just floating around to whatever you need to say. It's almost sociopathic, but on a societal scale.
Do you know what ICE was doing when Biden was president?
No, probably coffee. Probably a lot of coffee.
Would you be surprised if I told you they were doing the same thing and at probably roughly the same scale?
I'd be somewhat surprised. I guess.
Would you be surprised if I told you that CNN lauded them as heroes for doing what they did?
No, that wouldn't surprise me because
I've got the clip. I've got the clip. Here we go.
Under the cloak of darkness in Chicago.
Attack one, guys.
An immigration and customs enforcement team gears up for another long day, pursuing undocumented immigrants who have been convicted of crimes
This is
in
Fox
the U.S.
showing the
Agencies
CNN
mistakenly
reporting.
arrest the target's brother.
In the
It's good that Fox is sharing reach.
to him in the vehicle, he then said, "Oh no, I'm actually so and so. Who you're looking for is
Very
over
generous.
here. This other address." He led us to that address, and we were able to actually arrest the individual.
This was in Minnesota.
Do you have evidence, right, that he's using a fake identity, or?
That's correct.
It's all fake,
We
man.
believe he's been using a U.S. citizen's identity to live and work. He has an Illinois driver's license. Third target.
Either way, it's what it is. So the outrage is because of Donald Trump. The outrage is Donald Trump. They don't care about deporting illegal immigrants and foreign nationals that have been given deportation orders when a Democrat's in office. It's the same as the same thing that you were pointing out earlier about if Carney does it, he gets away with it. If it was Pierre Poilievre doing it, whoa, everyone would freak out. It really is that nonsensical. I was okay with it when Biden was doing it, but I was also saying, why the hell do you have the southern border open and you're allowing thousands and thousands of them in?
So like whatever ICE was doing was overwhelmed by the fact that the border was open, and
Absolutely.
Biden's policies were, I mean, if not directed directly from China, they were certainly influenced, because what he did undermined the United States in a non-kinetic way on behalf of China. And that's been the plan, I think, all along, ever since the move to offshore. So all of these rich billionaires, these elites, they'd made the decision, we can make more money exploiting Chinese labor and buying their cheap goods. So let's get rid of our manufacturing. That's where it started. And China at that time, if you actually study the statements of the Chinese government under former premiers, they knew exactly what they were doing. They made public policy statements saying, we're going to take everything from them and we're going to destroy them with it. And Trump is kind of the last, whether I've been critical of Trump at times. There's people who have criticisms of Trump, and that's fine. I think you can do that. But this is like the last stand of pure Americanism. Like the idea that the United States is something different and something better and civilizational in scale. The Russians have a vision of themselves as a civilization. The Chinese view themselves as a distinct civilization, not just a nation, but a civilization. And the United States has this idea that they are a new and younger civilization and the heirs to Western heritage, because let's face it, Davos and the city of London have abandoned Western civilization, and they've done a terrible job. These are the guys that murdered our chance to stand on our own 2 feet. And so this is the attempt to reverse that, whether you agree with it all or not, or you agree with the fact that Goldman Sachs is in the administration and all these things, these American banks, they're fixing to survive. They're based in America. And this is, I'm kind of talking in circles here, but it gets me back to Carney and the fact that all of his wealth and value is in the United States. It's like, what's he really up to? What's he really saying? Like, he went to China. He didn't get much. You read all the press statements, he did not get much for that 3 days. So what was he really doing there? What was it really all about? And I have to wonder if it's a long play, because he has relationships with the Trump people. He's got relationships with Kushner. Brookfield helped Elon buy Twitter. So there's this talk of Carney's going to ban Twitter along with Australia and Britain. And I'm like, he ain't going to hurt his stocks.
So I don't do that. So a lot of people attribute motive to things that happen in finance, as if like that means that they're in on a thing together. Like if a bank finances my building, it doesn't mean that they're in on making buildings and they like buildings being made. No, it's just like, that's a sure win. We're gonna make our money back. So if Elon's like, hey, I'm looking for capital, I'll give it back to you at this rate. It's better than that rate. Give me the capital. And then they're like, yeah, okay, I'll give you the capital.
It's not necessarily a conspiracy. It's that you don't
conspiracy at all,
but you don't hurt your own bag. So like, if a guy's holding a bag of Bitcoin, he doesn't like it when somebody comes along and starts pointing out flaws in Bitcoin code and starts pointing out flaws in the entire logic of the Bitcoin, whether they're right or not. You don't buy millions of dollars worth of stock or acquire through work millions of dollars in stock options and then go out there and use your social media platform to dump your own bag and to say, this company, I just bought a bunch of Exxon stock. Exxon's a terrible company. You don't do that, right? So if he's got $100 million, I don't know what he's got, but if he's got all this wealth that's parked in American companies and in American ownership, he's not going to work against the value of his own bag. No one does. No one does that. And so you don't need a conspiracy to explain what the motivation is. And if it's coming down the pipes, if Canada, and I believe we're stuck between 2 wheels of history. There's the China, maybe it's 3. I mean, because China's not really a friend of Europe. And this is something I've made a case in my videos lately too, is that China, Russia, and the United States.
That's the connection there. They're a friend of the Davos elite because the Davos elite have this worldview that they can bring about. They have a whole new name for it: stakeholder capitalism. It's fascism. They went to China in the 1970s to pitch this idea, right? It was the Club of Rome, the whole group of them, the Klaus Schwab's and Pierre Elliott Trudeau's. They all went to China to pitch this idea of this new economic model where it's basically centers around a central authority state, but they use vestiges of free markets. The only flaw in the whole program is that you need a giant base of people that do live in an actual free market that have extra spending money to buy off of the damn system. Without it, it collapses like any other freaking communist system. So that's their big flaw. But that's the common denominator is the Davos groups out of Europe. They believe in the same philosophy as the Chinese do. It's because they've been in on this since the 70s.
And I guess my take's just a little different. I think China's tired of Europe. I think they're tired of the city, and I think America's tired of the city, and I think Russia's tired of the city all at the same time. And they would like to build a multipolar world where they, and not Davos, dictate how things are going to work. And I think the
Both
China
can be true at the same time, though. Like you can have a bunch of players in a game saying we're going to be the top, and the other guys are like, yeah, we're going to work with them until we get into a position to be on top. That can all be true.
Yeah, and I think, but I think the rivalry between the United States and China is real. I think they've created there's two Norse gods. I want to say it's Freya and another one, but it's a picture and it's a depiction where the story is there's a knife. One's got a knife and is about to stab the other one in the back, but the other one has a knife and is about to stab him in the stomach, and they die at the same time. They battle at Ragnarok, and they basically kill each other because they're both in a position to do so. China and America are like that. If in the current configuration, one moves too aggressively to kill the other, they kill themselves. So this extrication to create this multipolar world is it's a chess game. I don't think either one wants to go to war right now. And I don't think either one is incentivized to collapse, to deal with the currency crisis that we talk about. If it comes down too fast, everybody loses. So they know they have to extricate each other from this, and they know the fiat money game is about to end. So you have like export controls coming in on silver. You have America moving on Maduro to secure that Venezuelan oil. And it's not just oil. It's not just oil.
And China was doing that. Yeah, no, it's resources. It's
so
people,
many things.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like it doesn't have to be any one thing. I mean, there's elements of the city there too. There's elements of Davos that were involved in Maduro's fall too. So this is like one move at a time, trying to extricate each other so that they can be rivals together, but dominate. Like Trump said the phrase G2 for the first time, I think it was 3-4 weeks ago. He said, it's not really a G20 anymore. It's a G2. And he was talking about China and the United States. That's the vision. That's the reality. And you gotta, if the war in Ukraine
this is why I'm very, very keen on the reassertion of the Monroe Doctrine. People are calling it the Donroe Doctrine. It's the idea that North America is not to be influenced internally by external, and it was originally European influence. That was the idea. You can have independent states, but the United States was going to make sure that they're not being infiltrated and influenced by European influence. When Donald Trump said this, and obviously it includes China in a modern day conception, Trump was saying this, he was including the entire Western Hemisphere. We're talking North and South America, the Americas. Get rid of external influence in the region. They're not going to stand by while Canada is making buddy with Xi Jinping. No freaking way. While Canada is talking about we're going to make Europe our main our main importer exporter trade partner, Not happening. Not happening. What is Canada geopolitically? Canada is the 100 kilometers from the border across the board, basically.
And
United
a
States,
lot of resources spread out over a wide area. Like we
yes,
have an
lots
immense amount of wealth.
lots of resources, but
Yeah.
where do all those people live? Why do they live there?
Mhm.
Because
Well,
of
and
the United States.
Yeah, and where does our trade flow? It's north-south. We don't even Western Canada is not held together by Eastern Canada. Western Canada is hamstrung by Eastern Canada. We got one road link, we got one rail link, and I'll tell you, I've driven those links a couple times, four times or 5 times now. I've driven on them. They're not all that busy. There's definitely truck traffic that goes back and forth, but it is not enough to quantify. We have a north-south relationship, and there's no replacing that. It is the baked in reality of geopolitics. And the sooner we figure that out, the better for everybody. And honestly, I don't think that Carney, being who he is, and I don't think the people around him are stupid enough to actually believe that we can sustain ourselves without the United States. I just don't believe it. I don't believe these outreach. It's got to be fake, man. Because we're not going to survive with China buying canola. Canola ain't going to do it. Sorry, Sass farmers. I love you all. But the fact is, canola alone doesn't save a country.
Frank, you have too much faith in people not being wrapped up in their own ideology and having their heads up their own asses.
It's not that I have faith in that, dude. It's that there is no
Mao thought that he could instill his actions and do it at the barrel of a gun, and that people would just become the new communist man. And he believed that whatever, after the first 10 million dead, do you think he might have wised up and said, maybe we're doing things wrong? He doubled down. The next 10 million dead. You think he wised up? No, he doubled down. Like, these people, they get so entrenched in their ideology and they think they're right.
I want people to be prepared as individuals for the challenges and the opportunities that will come about as a result of both directions. So like in 2019, December, you could see this thing was going on in China, and it was very clear to me early on. I didn't know if it was going to be deadly. I didn't know how it was all going to flesh out, but I knew that once the government got a hold of it and they flipped their script, and instead of saying it was racist to stop planes from landing in North America, they said, we got to stop everything. And I'm like, you know what? I'm not trying to panic you. I want you to be calm. I want you to be prepared. I want you to be islands of stability. I want you to be more self-sufficient. I wouldn't be lying to say hundreds, maybe 1,000 plus communications about how that work changed people's lives. So what I'm trying to do now, I can't change the ideology of the vast majority of people, but I can say, look, Carney's either working towards Canada's integration into the United States, which makes the most sense geopolitically to me, or he's working to sacrifice Canada to try and grind the gears to a halt of the United States and this last-ditch effort to actually extricate the United States from this European city dominance. Whether he's sacrificing Canada one way or he's trying to integrate us the other way, the national moment's gone for us. We have.
Why wouldn't it be the latter, though? I mean, look at what's happening in Minneapolis, for example. They're rioting. They're like average citizens are taking cop cars and yoinking the like in riots.
He's got to do the insurrection.
Taking over cop cars, and they've pulled out the lock boxes to get the weapons out, and they've pulled those out, and it's gone crazy, and the government there is encouraging it, and they're saying, oh, it would be so unjust if Trump was to have the Insurrection Act, and it's absolutely crazy. There's literally an insurrection happening in Minnesota right now. Why? Why? The answer to that is not because of ICE. It's not because of this. It's because they got caught stealing billions and billions of dollars with a bunch of Somali, refugees, and they don't want to deal with it. They don't want to deal with it, so they're willing to burn it all down. Why wouldn't Carney want to burn it all down? It's just on a different scale, my man. Like this is really where it's going.
I think in Minnesota, what you're dealing with is it's that, but it's also they want Trump to do the Insurrection Act so that they think that they'll have political clout going into November to say, look what he did. He is a fascist. Vote for us. We'll save you from the bad guy. And I think it has a lot to do. It's the fraud too, man. It's a lot of things at the same time, but they don't mind sacrificing Minnesota and Minneapolis if they can get that objective done. With Carney, I see it a little different because again, people don't work to tank their own bag. It doesn't make sense for him to want to tank Canada and the United States because it will hurt his stock holdings.
Carney's not going to hurt his stock holdings by tanking the Canada. He's looting it. He's looting it on the way out. This is why he's moved all of his holdings into the United States where it's a safe bet, and he's tanking Canada as, who's the biggest contractor with the government now? Probably Brookfield.
If that's the case, then either way, we're either going to be dominated by China and Europe as a resource colony, and I don't think
the United States.
Well, and if Trump is still around, if the Trump administration is around, and I don't call these people neocons. This is something else. Like a lot of people say that the neocons.
They're not neocons.
I don't see it that way. I called it in one video. I called it the new neocons, and I don't even like that.
No, I don't like that at all. No, it's the MAGA movement. That's what it is.
Well, it is, but it's also about the judicious use of minimalist American power. So you could go into Venezuela and you could kill the entire army if you wanted to, or you could just go in there and poop the leader and then say and leave the regime in place. This isn't regime change. This is leaving the regime intact and saying, cooperate with us because we're not going to tolerate China. We're not going to tolerate this laundry list of things. It has to change. It's going to change. And if you do this, you'll be able to prosper with us.
Same with Iran when they went into Iran and they said we're not going to stand if you have a nuclear capabilities. We're not going to allow that. And what did they do? They didn't go in boots on the ground. 2 bunker busters. Everyone said it's World War III. But then it fizzled out the next day. It didn't happen.
Well, and isn't that one's so interesting? I talked about that this week. How the United States was being pressured by the neocons and by the Israeli government to do regime change in Iran. And Trump was resistant to that. So was Vance, and so were people around him. And so what he did was the pretext for regime change was the nuclear program. So after drawing it out, he goes in, he bombs it, and he comes out and he says, we have obliterated the Iranian nuclear program. And then both carriers left the Persian Gulf.
No reason to be there anymore.
So I still worry about embroilment and entanglement, but I don't necessarily believe the public signaling that comes out of Iran any more than I believe some of the public signaling that comes out of the United States vis-a-vis the regime. I don't think the American administration is interested in regime change.
No.
They might be interested in dealing with the IRGC and letting the Iranian citizens do something about it. But as it is right now, they've sent the Abe Lincoln. It's going back. I think it's the Lincoln is they turned it around Philippines. So it's steaming back to the Middle East now. I don't know what that's going to do. Like I don't know what the plan is there. But
I think if anything, they'll support the people. I mean, there's a national, international tragedy that's happening right there. They've had their Tiananmen Square moment, and I think the world doesn't want it to go to the hands of the Ayatollahs at this point. Now, does that mean they're going to get entangled in regime change? I don't think so. This administration doesn't have a record of doing that. And that's not their MO. It's not like the liberal complex, under Clinton or the neocons after that. It's not like this. The neocons are a small faction of like the Republican Party anymore.
Well, and I think the neocons have been mollified. I mean, he has outmaneuvered them on messaging. So not by resisting regime change and by bombing the nuclear program and saying it's been obliterated. He gave them what they wanted to a degree.
No,
And
he destroyed what
well,
they wanted. What they wanted
he
was to use that as an excuse for regime change. If they wanted, so this is actually, and this is why I want to contend with some of my libertarian brothers and sisters. This is the way to do it. This is the idea, because you know, believe in non-intervention. Well, when you're the world superpower, you don't have that luxury, but you do have the ability when people come in and say this is a problem to literally pinpoint the problem and take it out. If you have a military that can do that, has the capability to do that, it's almost incumbent upon you to make that move. It's a preemptive thing. I know you're not doing it, but you're doing it because you see the guy is telegraphing to swing at you. So you hit him first. That's the way you do it. It makes more sense. I don't need to get hit in a fist fight if I can see that I'm about to get in one and I can take the guy out first. It just makes sense.
Well, and to your point about telegraphing. So first off, you know, you're correct. The neocons gave Trump a very specific reason that they wanted regime change. And he cleverly morphed that into what he did as a way to mollify the neocons. So he may not have gave them what they wanted, but he gave them enough that they had to shut up and they couldn't spin it.
They wanted 10 years of Raytheon stocks going through the roof. That's what they wanted.
And they're not going to get that right now. But the other thing that's interesting is even back in his first administration, if you recall the missile hit that killed Soleimani in Iraq, so he hit them, which sent a message to them that he wasn't messing around. They telegraphed their response. They called ahead of time and they said, well, look, you hit us. We're going to have to fire some cruise missiles. We're going to hit this specific base, move your chandeliers, move your stuff out of the way. And they fired and they hit it. The same thing happened after he bombed Fordo. They telecasted their move. This whole thing is being stage managed, and it's not being stage managed so that, in my opinion, and things could change. My thesis could get invalidated by circumstance, but it's not being stage managed so that he gets involved in a regime change war. It's being stage managed to just keep the political alliances within the military and within the United States in check while he, like, for instance, with Venezuela, going in and getting Maduro, a very minimalist approach to the totality that many voices in the administration wanted. They wanted occupation. Instead, he preserved the regime, and they can't say anything. He played them out. And just one last thing. You talk about libertarians and you talk about moralizing. We can all sit here, and a lot of YouTubers do this. They moralize and they pontificate as though they're in charge and as though they can change. The thing that I try to do that's different, and I'm sure you do as well at times. I don't want to speak for you.
Yeah.
You speak for yourself.
Of course, we all do.
I want to identify what is. I want to identify what the options are. And I want people to understand they're not in control. But here's how the world could play out and you know, derive some peace from that, because you're not in charge. I'm not in charge. I can sit up here and I can pretend to be president all day, but it ain't going to do anything. I can tell you what my ideal solutions are. It's not going to accomplish anything. The United States is retooling what was a global empire, and they're trying to retool it for hemispheric concerns. They don't want to manage the world anymore. I don't believe they do. I don't think they want the problems in the Middle East. I don't think they want the problems of the Taiwan Strait. I think they want to just trade with the world. They don't want anybody dominating the hemisphere. It's not like they want to cut trade off and become these mercantilist empires. No. I still think China's going to buy Venezuelan oil. I still think there's going to be resources sold. We're still going to be a breadbasket, but it's just the foreign influence gets cut out.
Trump said it. This is the thing that amazes me, is that everyone listens to the words of Trump and then they ignore that. And then when he does what he said he's going to do, they're all surprised when he does it. Like he said, literally, when they asked him, what are you going to do with the oil in Venezuela? He says, because China wanted it, they were going to control it. He says, well, we're not going to allow them to control it. And he said, well, what are you going to do with it? They want to get their hands on it. He's like, well, we'll sell it to them. They can buy it from us. That's it.
Yeah.
Straight up.
Easy.
You're a customer on the marketplace. You're just not going to control it. You don't own it. That's it.
After all the years of deindustrialization, offshoring manufacturing, Chinese influence through Hollywood and culture, because a lot of the great cultural icons that we've seen destroyed, there's a lot of Chinese money behind that. They fund the universities, they fund the drug trade, and I actually have respect for what they've done, because they can't fight a kinetic war, because a kinetic war goes nuclear. So you work to undermine your geopolitical adversary through other means. They've done a great job.
And this
But
is why
that's
we need
ending.
like the Monroe Doctrine is one thing, but we need McCarthyism back.
Well, you certainly have to root out where, I mean, Minnesota's part of that, because that fraud it's not just being used for personal expenses like drugs and whores. It's going, I'm sure some of it is finding its way into political causes and the NGOs that are working to undermine the United States, at least somewhat.
Absolutely. Well,
And that's one
if
little
not in
tiny
America,
sliver.
it's being shipped out in suitcases
That's
in the
right.
millions to people who are terrorist organizations that hate America and the Western way of life.
You can bet that's with purpose, right? Like that's not a purposeless activity. So that's a sliver of it. I mean, I'm sure that when Elon went in and started doing Doge, he was probably getting close to a lot of things that maybe needed to be handled far more delicately. Like closing, what the hell is it called? The equivalent of Global Affairs Canada in the United States. I can't remember what it was called. What was it called, man?
Global Affairs Canada in the United States.
Yeah, it was like a version of that. They closed. They basically cut off the NGO funding, the official legal channel, outright. The equivalent of funding condoms in Nigeria, like fraudulent garbage like that. I can't remember what the organizer. Aid.
Yeah, just USAID.
That's it. Jeez, I just hit my microphone. I got too excited. USAID. But I mean, and it's not just that, because a lot of that drug money gets laundered into NGOs as well. Like this has been going on for a long time. When you look back at Iran Contra, you look like this stuff evolves over time. It's like, it's a mistake. And this is something
how do they funnel tax dollars into these things so they can do clandestine operations and other bad stuff without saying that it's that and being upfront with the taxpayer? Yeah, that's right.
And people have said in my comment section, they're just like, do you not know the foundations of the drug trade? Do you not know it was the CIA? And I'm like, I know. I totally get it. But if you're looking at everything from a frame of reference that's 50 years out of date, you're missing the picture.
Oh, yeah.
This isn't even George H.W.'s time. This is a different time, and this is a different play, and there's different pieces on the board. It's not a static board. Mm-hmm. And I genuinely believe that Trump is trying to clean all of that up, because it primarily nowadays it funds the people who are trying to bring down structural and culturally strong United States. It serves the enemies of that objective, to have a strong United States. So,
well, that's the Canadian people want. It's so crazy to me. It's so crazy to me that I hear on a daily that Canadian people not only think the United States is crumbling, but they want the United States to crumble. As if the United States, like, just picture Canada floating off in one of the oceans, all on its own, as its own nation, with no other country bordering it. How good would Canada have done? Terribly. I mean, terribly. Well, and it's in the map. It's in the map. Where does everybody live? Right on the border. Even in the middle of Canada, where it doesn't make any sense because Americans don't live near there. Americans don't go up and live near the border. The Canadians do. It's the little kids that are looking into the candy store and they're pressing their face up against the glass because they're just like, oh man, how good would it be to be in there? That's Canada. That's Canada as a whole. When it comes to the economy, how economic everything, all the economic drivers are through the United States. And yet Canadians are like, I hope they fail. What? If their failure is your failure, it's like a parasite. It's like a leech hanging onto a frog, thinking to itself, I could do well without this frog. Like, what the hell are you talking about? It's
So
your lifeblood.
I've noticed this contrast between, and this is a generalization and it doesn't go for everybody. It's not going to apply to millions of people, even right here. But in Eastern Canada, you often encounter people who ask you how you're doing. And if you tell them how you're doing and the answer is good, they hate you. They hate you. They don't want to hear how good you're doing. They want to hear that you're fucking miserable.
Yeah.
Pardon my French.
Yeah,
When I came to Western Canada, when I came to Saskatchewan, I found people like me, and I found it shocking. They ask what you're doing, and they're genuinely curious. They ask how you're doing, and they really want to know. And then if you tell them, they actually care about the answer, and you're looking for hidden motives, and they're just not there. To your point about Canada, it never used to be this way, Clyde. This was a different nation 50 years ago. We were a stronger nation. We were never going to be a military superpower like the United States, but we had enough kinetic energy that we could do, if we tooled our military the right way, we could do a lot of damage to a potential invader and make it like Singapore. Look at Singapore with its F-35s and mandatory military training. No one's going to mess with that city because it's like a hedgehog. It's like a porcupine. It'll do so much damage to you. Their navy, everything is designed.
It's not worth it. It's not worth it.
It's just not worth it. So Canada had the ability to do that. And we decided, and you can go all the way back to Diefenbaker with the cancellation of the Avro Arrow, where we had technology that was 50 years ahead of its time, and we canceled it. And you can argue we canceled it because of American influence at the time. But even if America, because people talk about the Koch brothers and they talk about Diefenbaker and they talk about the United States working to undermine Canada and make sure that we weren't cohesive as a nation. If that's the case, and there's evidence to suggest that's the case, who let that happen? Canada let that happen. And since those times, it's become a self-perpetuating cycle where we're doing it to ourselves. We've become so weak. We've become so deindustrialized. We are mortally dependent on other nations for our well-being. We have no capacity to defend ourselves. And we absolutely hate to hear the news that other nations are doing better than us, including the United States. We focus on the bad, and we refuse to see the good. We refuse to see that when it comes to healthcare, where's the innovation coming from? Where's all the new treatments coming from? We don't do R&D in Canada anymore because we're a socialist hellhole with diminishing returns. We've got people dying in ERs left, right, and center. We're offering MAID to people who don't want to sit on waiting lists. I mean, we suck. We're the worst. The system's terrible. And, if anybody cares about the Canadian people and cares about the land, you have to seek. I mean, the only game in town is the United States. It's the only game in town. Anything else you do is it's the only game in town. It's geopolitics set in stone.
I'm just learning about another game in town. Apparently, there's a massive party in Calgary with all your favorite influencers 2 weeks from now. I never got an invite, but apparently
I won't get one either.
$2,000 at the door. You could get yourself in. $2,000 at the door.
So what's the party? What's it called?
I don't know. I just got a message from somebody, and they said. I'm not, maybe I shouldn't say who sent it to me, but yeah. $2,000 if you want to go. $2,000, folks.
Yeah.
Marty and I do them occasionally, and I got accused of like grifting it and charging money at the door. It's all free. We pay our own flights, we do all that stuff, and it's free.
It doesn't matter what you do, someone's gonna say you're a grifter. Like, I actually made a video with a segment in it where I looked up the definition of grift, and it's like a 5-point definition, and I satisfy none of those points. And people I got a donate link, man. I got a donate link. I don't do anything. People are, oh, you're a grifter. It's like,
yeah, look at you, donations.
Yeah, I got a donate link.
I got that too, because like people bug me on Twitter. You should put a buy me a coffee link in your description or in your bio. So finally I did, and then I got people making that comment all the time. Oh, buy me a coffee, right?
What are these people commies? Like, seriously, and I know
you call me Frank. Why are you not?
I sit up here some nights. I sit up until 4 a.m, And then I turn around and I get up at like 7:30 or 8 o'clock if I'm sleeping in. And like I just keep reading and I keep researching and I keep working it and I build these thought trees in my mind. And then I sit down and I record a video where I try to spell it out. It's work. It's work, man. I'm a one-man show. Like I'm a one-man band. And the only way there's money involved to free, like my time costs money. If I'm not doing this, I have to do something else. And the only thing I have in support of it is a donate link. And people are like, oh, you're a grifter. It's like, do you people work? Did you find universal basic income before it was rolled out to the public? How do you sustain yourself? Do you think baristas should just, do it for free? Do you think electricians?
Well, yeah, like every day when I go to work as a mechanic and I fix people's cars,
thief,
like
Clyde, you thief fixing cars.
Should I do that out of the goodness of my heart?
And don't even have a donate link. Fix cars for free and refuse to take money for it, or you're a scumbag, and pay for the parts out of your own pocket while you're at it.
Well, let's get into some of the grifting comments because we missed a bunch of them while we were on our rants there. We got Campsite says, Clyde, a prime example of a grifter is someone who says that 9mm is the best caliber ever. There are a ton of grifters like that on YouTube. I'm a fan of 9mm. I am a fan of 9mm, and it's because it's the most common ammo and it's cheap. That's the only reason why I'm going to be purchasing a bunch of firearms when I get down to Texas. And part of my thought is,
isn't that dangerous? Isn't that dangerous, Clyde? Like, aren't you worried that they'll spontaneously harm your family? Like, how dare you?
Part of my thoughts in like purchasing firearms is like, how many guns can I get that will share ammo, magazines, things like that? Like that's a thought process, right? So sorry, 9mm is one of those ones. It's cheap, and it's one of those things where I can share between a lot of different platforms. But yeah, no, it's not the best caliber out there. But let's get into some of these other the super berries that are out there. Granite Man for $2 says Canada is being used to fight Trump by WEF China.
Baby.
I mean, we kind of went over that. Yutaka Too Much says for two Trump, America first, Carney, me first.
That's very close to reality.
I think so.
Man, I mean, he works for himself and his own motives.
G Meister jumping in there for 5 says time for the great country of Alberta to stand up. I hope it happens. I really hope. I'm rooting for everybody.
Saskatchewan, they're not allowed to go on their own. They have to take us with them. It's the deal.
Is that the deal?
On board. Yeah, see, Saskatchewan.
You need to make it happen. You need to make that happen. Because nobody else is.
I keep getting told that, but I kind of feel like it's pretentious for a guy that's only been here 3.5 years to lead the great salvation movement. It just seems
okay, if you talk to Marty, which I do once a week, he says often, if you're from Ontario or the Maritimes or wherever, and you say the phrase, which happens a lot, oh, if Alberta separates, I'm moving there. He says, don't. If you want to move there on a independent Alberta, you want to be a part of that. Why are you reminding me to do stuff? Windows, get out of here.
Always helpful.
Full screen too. It made me lose my train of thought. Bill Gates, what the fuck? But yeah. So he says, if your thought is an independent Alberta is a place that you'd like to live, move now. Don't move after. Move now. Yeah, and he wants to put a provision in that from the day that it's independent, the walls go up. Like, that's it.
I don't blame him. I thought that myself, like, because I hear that all the time as well. Like, I'll move there if it looks like it's going to catch fire. It's like, get there now. If you move, first, you can get a job. Second of all, you can vote in the thing and help make it happen. Like,
yes,
vote with your feet. Vote with your feet first. Get your money out before it's too late. Because you know what? There's a lot of people I talk to who are like, I'm going to wait until summer, or I'm going to wait until next winter. It's like, the opportunity is going to pass. Like, if Canada hits a crisis wall, you may not be mobile. Does anybody remember what happened in 2021? Like mobility was shut down over a cold. So that can happen again in the face of a national crisis. Like it can just happen again. So you best get mobile while you have the chance. Like that's what I did. We dumped everything, man. Left my business behind, aggravated a ton of people in my personal life.
But Frank, that puts you right square in that category of somebody who said, I'm going there and I'll be part of the independent movement. You should be just as welcome as anybody else who lives there that wants to be part of the independence movement. That's just
for the most part. I feel pretty welcome. You know, I do.
So Granite Man for 2 says Canada can't export anything, poor infrastructure. They can to the United States. They can build more infrastructure if they weren't kicking themselves in the own. And this is the whole part of the independence movements.
And we do export a lot of stuff, but we're not building. He's right that we're not building infrastructure. Like we should be wanting to build as much as possible to prosper as much as possible. And instead, we dick around with memorandums of understanding that aren't binding and that have so much carbon nonsense that even if you got your fantasy pipeline built, the oil in it would be so expensive no one would buy it anyway. So like we're not a real country. We're not a serious country, because a serious country would be building. That's what
Venezuela should be that's a ticking time bomb for Alberta, right? So it's like, get your shit to market now.
Yeah,
because it'll take some time. You know, they'll rebuild the 20-year-old infrastructure that's not good. They'll build it up, make it viable, but it's the same kind of crude that comes out of Canada. It's going to go to refineries in different places and it's going to flood the market. That'll lower the price of Alberta oil from its already discounted price. Get your shit to market, get it on a global market, or else, you're giving it away.
Well, the oil is, it's money in the ground. So long term, anything that Venezuela does, eventually Alberta oil becomes important again. But considering the state of Canada, can we afford the short and medium term pain, focusing on long term benefit? I don't think so. Like we are not. We have one venue for export right now. It's through the United States. And how pathetic is that? I mean, Daniel Smith only recently talked again that if we can't get a pipeline done in Canada, maybe we'll export through the Pacific states. And the United States would be more than happy to facilitate that.
Absolutely.
Because they make money. Everybody makes money. And people talk about, the Americans are ripping Alberta off because they get the oil at a discount. First off, it's bulk volume. And second of all, we have to buy light oil to mix with the oil so that we can ship it down the pipelines anyway. There's a reason the price is discounted. And one of the reasons, by the way, if you want to look at it that way, the price is discounted. Why? Because Canada doesn't want to build the infrastructure to
sell it to anybody else.
That discount. It all comes back to Ottawa. It's always Ottawa. It's always Canada. It's always Canada Inc. It's always the system. When you break it all down, it always emanates from that place. And that's why I don't understand the dedication that Western premiers have always had to this country. There hasn't been a single separatist Western premier that even had the inclination, even to this day, where Mo goes over to China, he wilts when Carney starts spouting off about the New World Order, and then he comes back the next day and he says, Carney's different. I think things will be good and we're turning the page. And it is important that we get a deal done with the United States, but he's a different kind of guy. I'm like, when's enough? 150 years should be enough. We got to do another 100? Is that what we got to do here to figure it out?
Probably.
It goes back.
No, there isn't another 100 years to do. That's the thing. People are moving on. It's time's run out, and it's about time that people make a move. If the referendum fails, Canada is not gonna just lose out on a province. They'll maintain the territory, but they'll lose all the talent within it. I get messages every single day saying, Clyde, I want to move to the United States. Tell me how, but I'm still hanging on because if Alberta becomes independent, I'm going to stick around because I love it here. But if it's still part of Canada, I'm freaking out. I'm done. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it anymore. And so they're asking me, how can I get the hell out of Canada?
Yeah, like I love Saskatchewan. I love the winter. I guess I'm a masochist. I love living. I love living where the air is trying to kill me. I love the snow. And I don't want to be in a place where the winters aren't real. I spent 40 years living in a place where the winter's fake. Like on Southern Ontario, winter is fake. It comes and it goes. It comes and it's go. It's mud, then it's ice, then it's snow, then it's mud, then it's ice. It's humid, then it's mud, then it's snow, and then it's piss and rain. You come to Saskatchewan, it's just winter for 5 months. And I love it. Sitting nice and cozy in my living room with a nice warm fire, staring out the window, watching the wind and the blizzard keep everybody away from my house because nobody's going to be walking up my driveway. They'll die from exposure before they get to my door, and I'm going to see them coming anyway. I love it, and I love the people, and I love the community.
That's the shotgun you're not allowed to have because of the government.
Yeah, I don't need a shotgun if I've got the Saskatchewan winter, but it's there does come a point where families have to examine the long-term trajectory that they're on in the future, and I don't see much of a future for Canada as it is. Like the status quo is going to lead to dissolution, and the status quo sucks. It's the worst possible outcome. And I don't see any Canadian political leaders saying we need to revisit the Constitution, we need to open up the Charter. And there's a reason they don't say it. It's because the body politic in this country is up the big red machine's ass. So forgive me if I'm getting a bit cute here, but it's like the reason Poilievre doesn't talking about giving Canadian citizens more say and more right and the right of recall and the right to plebiscite and all of these things is because those ideas are wildly unpopular with the people who are subjects of the crown. And it's like, I live in one of two places where that's not the case, and I don't exactly want to leave, but the status quo is terrible. Something has to give here. Big time.
Yeah. You entertain the crowd because I'll be right back. You were talking about breaking the seal first.
I was about to, I was literally going to put this down, and I was about, all right. The crowd. Eric A. Al Harb says, you want to shit on the North? Go to the Orange Dawn. You're not listening to a thing, Eric. You have no idea what you're talking about. It's not about the Orange Man. It's not about the Republican Party. It's not even about America. It's about Canada and how much it fundamentally rips you off. And that's the message I bring. It's not just about me. You're getting ripped off too, and you're taking swats at the person that's trying to point out your charter rights are fake. They can be suspended by the government at any time. We just had a ruling today, Eric, if you don't know this. Just had a ruling today that the Emergencies Act in 2022 was once again unlawful. We are 4 years after the fact. Charter rights were suspended and taken away by a government. They have been found multiple times to have wrongly done so, and nothing happens. There's no consequences for suspending your fundamental human rights. You have no right to recall your politicians. You can elect a liberal, and they can become a conservative, and you have no right to a by-election. And it can go the other way. You can elect a conservative, and they can become a liberal, and you have no right to a by-election. You can't do anything about the judiciary. You can't do anything about your senators. You don't elect your head of state, which is the governor general, not even the prime minister. And I'm trying to tell you how much that sucks for you. And you want to make it about the Orange Man? Wake up, bro. What else we got? Erica, blocked, enough. I have no idea what that's all about. Someone didn't behave.
Is this the changing of the guards? And then we can get back to the regular conversation?
Yeah, all right. I'll be right back.
All right. We'll do that. Changing of the guards. And for the meantime, we'll get back to some of the super chats. But in the meantime, I'm going to chat with you guys in the immediate. King Trump. Okay. That's out of context. I don't know. Canadians have no rights, no property, just privileges. The crown can take away from them as they under monarchy. You have no rights. No, you don't have any rights. And this is the whole point of the founding fathers and their Declaration of Independence. It's amazing to me, actually, because I've been having a little back and forth with a lot of Canadians lately, because I've always looked at the idea of independence, the idea of liberty, and saw it as like the fight worth fighting. I had no idea how many Canadians were actually, because I suppose historical reference, are completely against that. They were completely against that. In fact, there was a bunch of people that were following me or, tweeting at me, mentioning that, they came from a lineage of people that were in America during the Revolutionary War, and that after the war was over, they went to Canada because they didn't agree with it. And then they called me a coward for leaving and stuff. And then I asked them, like, so why did your great grandpappy not go to Canada to fight on the side of the British at the time? And there's no answer to that, right? So, call me a coward for leaving, but then, because I stand up for liberty. I like my it's in my blood. This concept of liberty and the pursuit of happiness. A lot of people bringing up this idea, this old idea, truncated, you might call it, idea that individualism and this experiment of liberty and individualism is dangerous and extreme. And I remind people, like, wow, that's the language of King George III. A tyrant. We all would probably agree he was a tyrant. And yet here are Canadians taking pride in saying that they were loyalists to this tyrant that did not want people to have their independence, which turned out to be the greatest experiment that's ever been put out there, the greatest experiment of liberty. And it turned out to be the bastion of freedom, but the bastion of innovation, the bastion of economics. It's been amazing. What an experience, right? Right, Frank?
Yeah. Yeah, I caught most of that. The Canadians that there was a strong heritage, like a British loyalty among the United Empire Loyalists. Is what they were called. But it wasn't universal. It wasn't like the Québécois in France had a particularly liking of the British crown.
No.
So we've always been, or we started as a loyalist community to the British crown that didn't join, even though we had the opportunity to join the Republic in the early days. But that's like 200 years ago. Times have changed. And like, people, because my grandfather, my great uncles, they fought in the Second World War, and they're just like, how could you betray them, Frank? How could you betray them by not loving the Canadian system? And it's like, the country they fought for was replaced in 1982. They got rid of their flag. The flag they fought and bled under was not the Canadian flag. It was the red ensign. They got rid of it in the 60s. They didn't even so much as give Canadian citizens a vote on it. And then they changed your constitution in 1982, and you didn't get a vote on that either. So the country's been replaced, and you're mad at me for pointing out the flaws of the country that was created in 1982 by Pierre Elliott Trudeau. I mean,
and Canada was not independent until that time.
People just don't understand this country. They think they do. They have this fantasy that they can't even define. And when you
Alex
lay out
Zoltan calls it, he's got a term for it. It's false nostalgia. That really sums it up. It really sums it up. It's something that didn't exist, but you have a nostalgia for.
And I don't think there's this idea that you have to be loyal to the past. So if you have a strong military tradition in your family, or, there's a strong tradition in your country, which I don't even know if we have, but because it existed one day, you have to be loyal to it today. And, one of the greatest things my father ever said to me, and today would have been his 80th birthday. So happy birthday, Dad. Cheers to you. One of the greatest things he ever said to me was that life is for the living. So don't dwell on the past, son, because life is to be lived. And I think about that, and it's like, I'm not supposed to be looking backwards. I'm supposed to derive lessons from the past, but I'm supposed to be looking forward. I'm supposed to be looking forward the next 30 years of my life and the next hopefully 70, 80 years of my children's lives. and what is best for them, and having a realistic assessment of what happened since my grandfather fought in the war. And the country's been gutted. Like we have been sold out to China and the World Economic Forum and foreign interests. People have done very well. Well, the Canadian people have been stuck with basically subpar delivery of governance while they love it. Like, I mean, people sit in ERs and wait to die, and they're still so committed. It's like the abused partner in a relationship that still swears they love the person that's giving them the beatings. They just don't realize that it can be better, that it can go a different way. There's a lot of ways that manifests, and I think Canada psychologically, that's how it manifests in Canada. We are in love with a country that no longer exists. And
in some recollections never did. Like we have guys like the Dominion Society or like Greg Wycliffe, I call him Rachel Gilmore. These guys have a nostalgia for something that never existed. They talk about a Canada that only had whites in it, white only people. And it's like you discount the Underground Railroad that brought in black people. You discount the literal building of the railroads that had Chinese people that came in and became Canadians. There was many Japanese people that came in way before the Second World War, but you discount them as like they didn't exist. There's a whole history of Canada that's not entirely white. They'll say like, oh, at the 18 in the 1860s there was like this many people were white. It's like Canada was this big. It was this tiny little place over in the Maritimes and a little bit of Ontario, a little bit of Quebec. And that was like Upper and Lower Canada. But they come up with this false nostalgia, but a lot of people buy into it because of the way it's going. And they say, oh yeah, wasn't it so much better back in those days? I'll throw you a couple bucks, or I'll get in on that because it feels good. But that's another version of scapegoating that I can't stand by and watch happen. When I see that, I'm like, okay, who are these clowns? The guy, it's the best part is the guy that heads the Dominion Society. His dad's from Jamaica. It's like, dude, this is such. I mean, it's just comedy. It writes itself.
I remember there was this kid back in 20. I call him a kid. He was probably in his 20s, but to me, he's a kid. And he used to argue all these tropes. And I'm going to get into I want to get into that. I want to get into the Dominion Society a little bit. But he used to talk about all of these, like, you have to preserve the white race. You have to do these things because we're being eliminated. There's a point there. There's a point to replacement. But it's so much more diverse. Most of these people who are advocating for this don't have any kids. So they're part of the problem. They haven't reproduced. And I remember saying that in 2019. I said it. I'm not going to name individuals. They know who they are. But I said to each and every one of them in 2019, I'm like, get busy making babies. If you're worried about the elimination of the species or the race or whatever, then you need to make children. They still haven't gotten around to it.
No, they haven't gotten around to that part.
But this guy,
I was a little less charitable. I said to some person that got under my skin at one point because they call me a race mixer, right? So to me, I'm an apostate. But
here's the other thing.
Said, like, if there's not enough white people, then get fucking retard. Like, just get on it. What are you doing? You're wasting your time arguing with people on the internet. Go make babies.
I think that if you want to be an ethno-nationalist, there should be some kind of card. And you get issued a membership when you have 2 children. You get an entry-level membership.
That's entry because that's just
it's entry level. When you get 3, you get your full membership. So you got to have 3, and then you can be an ethno-nationalist all you want. You're officially certified. The other thing, too, is like when you look back at the past and you look at how Canada was settled, the Irish didn't see the British as a fellow race. Like, I mean, look at the Halifax riots.
Yeah.
Look at what the Orangemen did. Look at the history of
the Fenian raids. Have you heard about the Fenian raids?
No.
Okay, so this is an interesting one. So the Fenian raids were a group of Irish Americans. They were Americans, but they were of Irish descent in America after the War of Independence, they got a group together to try to take over an area of British occupied, what is now known as Canada, because they wanted to hold it hostage so that they could have Ireland freed as an exchange for this British territory. They were literally the Calistanis of the 1800s in Canada. It's hilarious, but that's part of our history. That's part of our history, that Irish they didn't mix well. They didn't jive well. These whites didn't jive well with those whites. It's not been a homogenous group of people throughout history.
Well, when the Hungarians showed up and the Poles started to show up, they were not treated as part of the ethnic group that was dominant. They were others.
No,
they came with their stinky garlic, and they were, I mean, I love garlic now, and it became part of the culture, but like it wasn't like it was homogenous. Now, on the flip side, to the real issue that I think that they're talking about is that when Justin Trudeau came along and he said we're a post-national state with no core identity, they began the process of the erasure of the history of the people who founded the place. So the institutions, culturally English. If you're in Quebec, culturally French. When they took down the statue of Ryerson, for Christ's sake, the man spoke Ojibwe. It wasn't like he was hated as some kind of native racist, and they took his statue down anyway, and I don't even remember why. They attacked John A. Macdonald. They're removing our history.
I'll tell you why, Frank. Because he was white, and it was
don't fight back, though.
It was fueled by racism, though, and that's the thing. Like, racism doesn't beget racism. Like, you don't just fight against racists with your own new version of racism. You're just ending up back at square one. You got to rid the place of racism. That's the crazy part.
And I think, there is something to be said for the scale of immigration, that any nation that wants to be a nation should have its own cultural and legal norms, and the entrants to that nation who want to become citizens should have to abide by them, and they should have to abide by the laws of entry. This is the issue that the United States is having right now, and I think that's perfectly reasonable. Yep. And I think you can cast your eyes about Canada, and you can see that uncontrolled immigration has been an abject failure in many ways, and we need to fix that problem. I'm
tired of people like sophists coming into my chat and saying that I'm for uncontrolled immigration because I'm not a white supremacist. You know what I mean? Like, that's soft.
I was going to use the R word, but it's so fundamentally stupid. And I just keep coming back to the same word.
I'm pro immigration, but merit based only. Like, I think that only merit should be able to get you in, unless, like, I don't know, you married somebody and they want you in because they're your spouse. Like, that's it. But that still limits how much immigration can come in. It should be based on merits.
There's a fella I know back east. He's in a position of responsibility. He's a second generation. His parents are Indian. I don't know what part of India. I don't remember. They're very traditional. And then they had kids, and the kids became Canadian. They grew up Canadian. So you sit there with this guy in the garage. He's got brown pigment. You have beers with him. He speaks fluent English. He wears blue jeans and a plaid shirt. He jokes around like every other dude I've ever met in Canada growing up here. He's Canadian. He's 100% Canadian, and I think there's a place for people with different skin pigment in our society. And I
have a million, because I grew up in areas where, like, a lot of people came from different places. So I have a million friends that are like, well, I don't have a million friends, but I have a ton of instances of exactly that, where you have someone who's just, and usually it would turn out, you're like, wow, that person's kind of like just racially ambiguous. Like, you don't even know what race they are because you can't tell, because they just look like Canadians with browner skin or blacker eyes or darker
Well, and
hair.
that's
You
it
know,
too.
like that's all it is.
Where's the cutoff? Where's the cutoff? So like, is an Italian white? Is a Georgian white? Is a Spaniard white? Like, where's the cutoff? Like that, I've always like, is a Maltese person, are they part of white culture or are they not? Where's the line? Where's the pigment line? Is there like a like?
I'll
How
tell
do
you
you
where the
measure
line is,
that?
Frank. The line is how many people you could get entrenched in your group. So you're like, wow, we're running low on numbers of white Anglo-Saxon Protestants. So we're going to have to let the Catholics in now. And then we're going to have to now we've let the Catholics in. We're going to have to let those Polish people in. And now the Spaniards are going to be coming in. And now we're going to have to, it's like, okay, the group of who is white grows until you get to the point where now white people are mostly racially mixed with Arabs and Africans and stuff over anthropological history, to the point where you're like, why are we even separating this anymore? Why are we even doing this? Why are we even playing this game?
It goes the other way. So I for a while I was watching these shows called Dangerous Journey or something. It was a bunch of YouTube series, and it was about people driving trucks through the Himalayas and stuff like that, like real sketchy places, driving through Africa. Like the kids loved watching, or Junior loved watching it. And so the one stuck with me. There's this guy delivering freight. I call it freight. He's like in this sketchy little van, and he's driving through the mountains of the Hindu Kush from Afghanistan, going up this valley. He gets to the very end of the valley where no one ever escapes to the outside world. And you know what he finds there? You know what's, I shouldn't say he finds there because he knew about it. You know what I found there from watching the show? You got all these very white, green-eyed, blue-eyed peoples that are the remnant of Alexander's army. They don't speak a lick of Greek. They're purely Afghans. They're purely Pakistanis. You know, you got places in Japan where there's a whole island full of Caucasian people that have no memory of their European origins. You have like, it's not so cut and dry as pigment. It just isn't. And like, it doesn't matter how I wrap my head around it. It's not like to focus on that alone, while at the same time not having any children of your own, is just, it's a fool's game. It's not going to sell here. It's never been that way. There's always been division between the ethnics, and like you have to have assimilation. And you have to have,
that's the thing. So like the Caucasus Mountains, where white people originally are from, apparently, they're right by the Caspian Sea, right? It's the divide between Europe and Asia, not Europe proper. That's where the white people came from. Anthropology is an interesting thing, like the movement of people and how this group of people ended up in that area, and then where that was, and how at that time they moved over here. I love Spain for this particular reason, because I'm a big fan of music and the influence of music in the world. And flamenco tells like this amazing story. Flamenco music, which is vibrant as it is, it's as vibrant today as it has ever been. And flamenco music tells the story of conquering and people, and movements of different types of people, because you would never have a music like flamenco music if you didn't have the white Western or white European influence with the instruments like the guitar, and the influence from gypsies and Jewish people that came to that region, and the caliphate that moved through northern Africa and ransacked the place and took over for a century, and then was driven out. That all of that turned into these people with tan skin and olive skin and dark eyes and dark black hair, and this music that nowhere else in the world where you hear. that has a unique time signature, different scaling than any other place in the planet. And it all just happened to be because of the movement of people. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful story that has a lot of horrors and has a lot of happy times, but it culminated to create something that's completely unique that you'll never find anywhere else. And we can all enjoy it. We can all enjoy it together. It's amazing.
Mm-hmm. Do you have super chats? Because we've been talking a long time.
Yeah, we have it. Here we go. Mechanics for 10 says it's amazing to see how many countries will align with Russia, China, and Iran before the USA. Yeah, of course. Everyone's really happy to sell us out. Then, be on our side. Granite Man with 2 says Canada hot dog and a bun. The bun is USA, China. we're in the middle.
We are getting milled.
How do you say that?
Remember, Rune Weird Gaming. Rune Word Gaming is what that would be.
Okay, for 10 says remember that their one child policy was specific to male reproduction for a long time, and it was inner cities only as well. Rural China didn't have to deal with this. That was a bit ago.
Policy choice.
Yeah,
ridiculous. Call that policy. You can't call that policy. That's just national suicide is what that is.
So believe it or not, Western influences have had similar policies, just not quite the same. It's the Malthusian model of like this really bad mathematician who couldn't figure out that things change along the way. We're not a petri dish, and even petri dishes don't work the way the math he put out there. Either way, Granite Man for 2 says saw this 20 years ago, worked 30 years.
You worked 30 years at CSIS, dude?
CSIS. Wow. So the whole Grant Bristow story. That's a story that needs to be told. Wow. That's something else. That's a whole podcast. Robert, how do you say that?
It's either Divine CZ or it's Divinsk. I'm not sure. I've been wondering that myself.
Okay, we'll just keep it at Robert. Robert with the 279 says Sam Cooper. Yeah, Sam Cooper has been working on a lot of that stuff we were talking about with the border and Canada. Robbie for 10 says Patriots, check out my new shop, Freedom Coast Apparel, built on faith, freedom, and supporting our veterans. Grateful for you all. God bless. US Freedom Coast Apparel. Comfiest shirts ever. Yeah, okay.
Is that a guarantee? Is that a guarantee?
I want a guarantee on the comfiest shirt ever.
I want to guarantee it. Yeah, that's a pretty bold statement.
Yeah, thank you for the advertisement in my live stream, though. Appreciate it. if you can't get paid for them, I mean, they'll pay for them. That's the thing. Winiska for $10 says, good news today, federal government loses Emergency Act appeal. So they lost the Emergency Act appeal. I wanted to get into this. I guess just briefly, I'll say it's going to go to a higher court. It's getting appealed again. So it'll go right to the Supreme Court. So I had some people giving me shit that I didn't like talk about it today, even though I had a story out and I was at work when the news broke. But yeah, like, okay, until we get a final decision, this isn't a final decision. It's just like the last decision that was the same way. It just went to appeal. So nothing happened. And nothing will until the Supreme Court
Canada's going to get to pay for more legal fees.
That's it.
So
this is Trish Prue. I know I don't have to read that. I'm a conservative boomer. For $6.99 says the story of creation of the U.S. national anthem is touching, and I tear up every time I hear the anthem. It was written because of the 1812 war. Yes, it was, and it was after the White House was burned down.
Burned by the British.
By the British, who came in on boats from Britain.
And then went home.
And then not all of them went home.
Not all, but
there was 4,000 of them. I think only a few hundred went home. So yeah, was that a win? It was not a win. It was just a moment where they destroyed. They vandalized.
It's a weird talking point. You know, when I was younger, I made that talking point when I was being bravado with my buddies.
Yeah.
But when you actually learn the circumstances, it's like, yeah, just don't bring that up. It's just not a good example, even if you're a proud Canadian patriot, whatever that means now.
Yeah, it's just like, yeah, so if you make us angry, we'll come in and we'll burn your house down and they get killed before we get back to our safe territory.
How far over the border do you think the public servants that are going to be in the reserve forces that are called up after 3 weeks training, do you think they get out of Michigan on their way south? Or do you think they get out of upper New York State? Like, how far do you think we could actually penetrate the United States?
25 feet.
I don't think it's very far. I mean,
yeah, 25 feet. I give it 25 feet. Not across the entire border, just like 25 feet into the border. And then
a comment just went randomly scrolling by, and it's Rob Man says, you got to have Muslim values. You know, I talked about that today. Whatever happened to Muslim values vis-a-vis China?
Okay. You grab this one. I'll be right back. I broke the seal.
Well, it's like, you know, he goes over there and he's kissing up to the Chinese, and it's like they've got 2 million Muslims enslaved. And I thought Muslim values were Canadian values. CSIS failed to stop Queen Romana because they neglected to download the Telegram app. I don't know anything about that, but anytime Romana is brought up, I just kind of chuckle. I don't really want to get into that. Ukraine proxy war, open borders, Antifa proxy war on Israel, 2008 recession, Soros. There's a lot going on there, Christina Rose D. We need something a little bit more concise. Overall, Americans do like Canadians. They totally do, unhyphenated, even though that's not reciprocal. That said, I don't know why Canadian leadership believes Trump will tolerate them making Canada CCP strong. I'm not sure it's that they believe that he will tolerate it. I think that it is, like, if Carney's a double agent and he's playing both sides, then maybe there's this belief that Trump will be so routed in November that it won't matter because Trump will be once again, because 2016 to 2020, Trump got derailed. It's a miracle he got anything done. Because between Russiagate and impeachment and all the nonsense and the fact that he was surrounded by bad actors in his administration, he came in a lot sharper this time, but it's still not, there's still an outside chance. I don't even know.
He's getting way more done. He's getting way more done this time. He's getting
way more done, but like it doesn't.
And not only that, like he's setting inroads to make sure that Republicans can win in the future, and not unfairly. What he's doing is he's breaking the unfair advantage that the left have, and he's making it more level. So if in the future, if people want Republicans and they decide to choose them, they won't be thwarted in their choice. That's the idea. It is more democratic. It's more
well, when you cut that funding off to the NGOs, when you clean up the electoral rolls, which he's fighting over now, when you get the illegal immigrants out, when you disrupt all of this, it's clear, dude. And you probably agree, but election fraud is part of the electoral plan in the United States. Like it's part of the left's objective. It's not the Republicans who cheat. It is almost entirely the Democrats. I'm sure that you can find examples. But it's the Democrats who cheat. And
gerrymandering. It's electoral fraud. I mean, there's all kinds of different games.
Like gerrymandering's nonsense. But like when we're talking about ballot box stuffing, when we're talking about you can't have voter ID. I mean, every country in the world has some form of voter ID, but you can't have it in the United States because it would be too racist. Because black people are too stupid to have ID. Like, how is that the Democrat argument? It would discriminate against them because
the Democrats are the racists. It really comes down to
they always have been. They always have.
The Democrats are the racists. It's the soft bigotry of low expectations, right? That has been written about so much.
That together in my head, that it's like literally the argument is they're too stupid to have ID.
Yep. That's the argument. That's their argument.
And they sell that on mainstream TV. They go out there and they say
Not
it.
only that, they sell that to black people, and
they vote. You know, they vote for them like they have been for a long time. Like, I mean, the Republicans are changing that now. Like, they're changing the percentages, but I mean, it's still majority support for the Democrats. And I'm like, how does that work, man? Democrats have been running your lives.
Not always. No, not. It depends on where you go. So
it does, right?
Yeah. Because like,
I mean, majoritively speaking, nationally in scale.
Right. Because like black people are not a monolith, right? It's like
no.
Just like every other demographic, and we're seeing this more and more with the Hispanics. The Hispanics have been thrown by the wayside, and in fact, a lot of the blacks have been thrown by the wayside in areas because they're like, well, the blacks aren't voting for us now. Let's move on. Let's get this other minority group to do this thing. They're still going with the same tactic. Promise stuff to minority groups.
For Trump. She quotes New York Governor Kathy Hochul in 2024. Young black kids growing up in the Bronx who don't even know what the word computer is. Democrat messaging, man. It's amazing.
I gotta. There's a funny video that goes with that. Black kids don't even.
Okay, do you see this?
Here it is. This is I found it. I can't believe I found it. The first go. This never happens. This means it's meant to be. I got to share this. This is a young black guy who thought, what a better way to demonstrate what she's talking about, but live it out.
Black kids growing up in the Bronx who don't even know what the word. They don't know these things, and I want the world open up to all of them, because when you have their diverse voices, innovative solutions through technology, then you're really addressing society's broader growing up.
Nailed it. Absolutely nails it. That's what they think of them.
That's beautiful.
That's what they think of them. Well, when they come out and they say shit like that, that's the impression that they're giving to people. Like, are you seriously think, oh my God, like you really think that little of black people? Like they're not the same intelligence as the rest of us. For fuck's sake, it's crazy. There's nothing more racist than that shit.
We gotta protect them from the threat of ID. We have to, they don't know how to fill out an app. They're illiterates. Vote for us. And then you have the fact that the Democrats run the cities where they are living in squalor. And that part fascinates me too. That's but how much of that is voter fraud?
Well, a lot of it now, and I think it's because they figured out that they're not winning with the black vote, and they figured that out. I think, was it Prop 8? Do you recall this in California?
Sorry, that video.
It's funny, right? Do you recall this? It was like Prop 5 or Prop 8 or whatever. It was a proposition because in America you actually do have democracy on a lot of things. Like they want to change some law. Sure. You don't just vote for an electoral whatever person and then just hope that they do the thing that you said. They actually have propositions on the ballot during elections.
Right. That's
and in California, they wanted to make gay marriage legal. And so they went out and the Democrats went out and focused on getting the black vote out for this one because that's their group. I want to say like there are N-words, you know what I mean? Because that's the way they think, right? We'll get our N-words out to vote and they'll do exactly what we want them to do. So they put all this effort in making sure that the black community got out to vote, not even concerning themselves what the black community thinks about it. Guess what? That proposition got voted down because black people are religious more than actually white people in California, and they don't agree with gay marriage. They absolutely don't agree with it. So yeah, that was a moment in time where they learned.
I can't remember the guy's name. There's a dude that he runs convenience store counters. He sets up a camera, and then when he comes in, he trolls. Like he sets up in black neighborhoods, and he's like, I can't remember his name, but people come in and they're just trying to buy chips, or they're trying to buy cigarettes or blunt wrappers or whatever they're trying to do, and they come up to the counter and he like calls them fruity names, or like he tries to give them pride stickers on their chips or whatever else, and then he just films the reaction. And dude, they get really offended at any implication that they have anything to do with pride. And you know, he gets the odd guy that, sorry, what's up?
I got the clip for you right away.
Yeah, this guy. Yeah, he's awesome. I mean, he's awesome.
So big shout out to Clyde at it. He has these pranks where he like people ask for a lighter.
Give him a pink lighters.
One.
Maybe a lighter and pack of backwood.
Don't matter what kind of lighter.
No.
It's gonna be a $3.25. You just give me $3. You have a blessed day, butterfly.
Butterfly calls him butterfly too.
What's this?
What you mean?
What you think I'm some type of?
A little bit.
Oh, BD, stop playing. Y'all come here, flame this up, gang. Stop playing.
Nah, what you mean?
You giving me a pink lighter, some type of goofy, gang? What's wrong with you?
I'm saying, what's wrong with a pink lighter, bro?
What? You think I'm gay or something, gang? Stop playing with me.
Wait, you said what?
Folks, stop playing with me. You hear me talking to you, gang?
What you mean?
All right, keep it. Gang, give me a different lighter, bro. Stop playing with me, gang. Giving me pink lighters. What's wrong with you?
I ain't gonna lie, bro. I don't want no smoke, bro. But what's wrong with it, bro?
Every single person reacts the same way, except for the odd gay guy he gets come into the store.
It really
which is totally cool. It's totally cool. Everybody leaves them alone. But like nobody wants to be accused of being gay and having a pink lighter because it's crazy, right?
Oh man. And yeah, no, like the reactions are like, if that glass wasn't there, there'd be a fight.
Oh yeah.
It
gets violent in some of them. Like that guy's got balls of steel because like he's playing a wicked game.
A deadly game because he does have to get off work at some point. Holy crap. And walk out of the place, go to his car. Anyway, get back to this. Grant Man for 2 says 10th Mountain Division in New York could take Ottawa in 2 hours.
It's not even debatable.
It's not
even debatable.
Dude, they just took a dictator from a country. They just took him in 2 hours.
We couldn't even intercept a Cessna at Vancouver Airport without the Americans helping out with their jets because our guys were in Cold Lake. No offense to the poor people who are stuck, because I watch Spirit Decor. It's a Spirit Decor. It's the actual official Canadian military magazine, and I watch their YouTube channel. And there's a lot of servicemen in there who lament the weakness of Canada, and they want something different, and they're very dedicated to the country still. They're dedicated to the heritage and the idea of what Canada was. And I mean, no one's watching that channel, Clyde. You know, like you would think every Canadian would be tuning in and watching what they have to say and what they have to offer, watching them deconstruct what 300,000 civil servants with guns, which isn't going to happen, actually looks like. No one's paying attention, man. Like, you know, that's a core cultural feature of Canada, and nobody cares. Nobody cares. I care, but nobody cares.
No, I agree with you. I totally agree. You talk it too much for 5 says America derangement syndrome is more harmful than TDS. I mean, it's the same. It's just America derangement or ADS has been around for a lot longer. TDS is just like an acute version of it. It's very concentrated, and it's
never been as bad as this. You know, like there's always been the superiority complex in Canada because I remember growing up around it, but now there's this identification, and this is what really bothers me, that Trump is America. And in my view, America is such a bigger idea than one president or one administration. Trump's going to be gone one day, and he's going to be replaced by something else, and America is still going to be there, and we're still going to be living right north of them, and we're going to have all this baggage we're carrying around. You know,
this is why I portray Canada as Carney. Carney is Canada. And when people get pissed off about that, I say like, yeah, well, reap what you sow. This is what you get. You know?
Yeah.
And a majority of people did bring the guy in.
I wish it wasn't so. Like, I mean, if you wish in one hand and you know, take a dump in the other hand, which one's going to fill up faster? But like, if I allow myself a wish, it would be that Canada wasn't so generally ignorant of what actually is, and so impervious to good advice and good information. Because you run into walls. I mean, you know, in your work, in my work, run into walls every single day with people, and it doesn't matter. And the thing is, sometimes it works out. Sometimes you talk to people and like you might not change their mind, but at least they're open to the conversation. But more often than not, you just run into a wall. It's like, here's a bunch of facts, and they're like, I'm not even going to look at it. I've got my view, and it's more important than the facts.
I have the luxury of living in a world where facts do matter, though, as a mechanic. So as a mechanic, it's like, you know, somebody says, no, you're wrong, it's this. I say, okay, well, would you like me to do that? I'll do that. I have no problem doing that. And then we'll get to the problem, the actual problem, when that doesn't fix it. You know, like you hired me to fix the problem. I'm telling you what's wrong with it. You know, that's it. Yeah. And then when I do fix it, it is fixed. It's noticeably fixed. It's something you can measure, actually. And I have the luxury of living in that world, because when you live in the world of abstractions and things like, you know, talking about economies that have so many variables that when you make like one change to it, that change might take 10 years to manifest. And then you try to explain to people that that's what actually happened. And then they don't believe you because some sophist is telling you, no, it was actually like this other thing. Right? Like in the 1990s when they brought in gun control. And then it turned out that it was actually, you know, when there was lowering crime through the gun control measures. It turns out that people did the studies and they found out that it was actually Roe versus Wade that brought in the lowering crime in the 1990s. Because that happened an entire decade, a decade and a half prior. So the babies who would have been born and you know, had a propensity to be more of the a demographic that would have become criminals weren't born and didn't grow up. So there was less crime for a small period of time.
There's a controversial thought.
That's a thing that actually happened. But like, it wasn't the gun control that caused that. It was actually abortion that caused that. And that doesn't mean that abortion's good. It just means that was the correlation. That was not the correlation, but the causation.
And that's the difference. It's like, you can look at data without ascribing your personal opinion and politics to it. And we should be able to do that. We should be able to reckon with data and reality in our society, and as opposed to opposing it for ideological reasons. You know, and that I used to I think
but this particular thing that I just said, neither side of the argument want to talk about it, because both sides have a point that goes against their argument for the thing, right? Because the Republicans don't want to say it because it goes against the idea of abortion, where they know that, you know, Democrats are super like into eugenics and they're happy about that. So like, yeah, let's do a eugenics experiment on the world and kill all the babies that might turn into criminals. And the other side, the Democrats don't want to relinquish their authority over gun control measures having lowered crime. Both sides don't want to even talk about it, so they'll just ignore it entirely. I'm sorry I cut you off. I was just passionate about that one.
No, it's fine. I mean, I'm just thinking about the dispassionate examination of reality and how politics and ideology just gets in the way of it. And thus we can't even create a foundational, like, we can't debate what is from different angles because we can't even reckon with what is.
Yes,
And
it was
that's one of our
published in
biggest
this book.
Freakonomics.
Yeah, that's where it was published. That's where I read it years ago. Great
Frank
book,
is
by the way.
dialectical reasoning. Nobody even knows what that means, McMichael. Like, you know, and I brought that term out in the last week in my videos, like examining Carney dialectically, so that you're not
Explain
just
that.
taking it one dimensionally. It's just being able to examine things from multiple angles. So like you take the facts and you like being open to the idea that Carney isn't just working for China in the World Economic Forum, that he might have other motivations. Just even opening your mind to the possibility that there might be more to the story, because, you know, the I don't know if metaphor is the right word, but the allegory of Plato's cave, where the cavemen are all seated facing the back wall and they're watching the shadows on the wall, and they think that that's the world. They think that what they see on the wall is everything. Behind them are people using the sunlight and their fingers to cast those shadows, but they don't know those people exist. So in politics, like if you're not a conspiracy minded person, you should be, because politics is nothing but conspiracy. It's all about selling messages. It's all about selling ideology. It's all about trying to convince somebody of your bullshit. Dialectical reasoning or dialectical thinking is just stepping back from I'm right and looking at things from multiple angles. And like, I think I've really found recently, and maybe it's the beer talking, but like, I think I've found recently mission in that, and just trying to figure out what is, instead of batting for a political team. Like, I just want to try and figure out, not even call things down the middle, but have an open mind to different angles. Like I spent a chunk of today watching a bunch of Canadian leftist YouTubers, and as much as it melted my brain, like I'm trying to get, like, these people believe they believe what they believe, and it's like, why do you believe what you believe? I want to know why. I want to know what makes you tick, right? I want to know about these things.
All right, let's hear some more of these. We got a Republican thinker for Tan says, I grew up in Ontario, disliking Americans for no reason, no real reason, just going along with it. I'm not proud of it. Now I want to move to Texas and live the American dream. Yeah, that's very much the reality. And you know what? I forgive you, bro. And I think a lot like Americans would all do that, especially Texans. They'd say, listen, man, I forgive you. You were fed a bunch of propaganda. Now you've seen the light. Join us. Come be Texan. I've gotten nothing but that since I've mentioned that I'm moving to Texas. You know, people would just say, welcome. Can't wait to have you as a fellow Texan. The day you come here, you're a Texan.
The Americans that you talk to, and this has held true this entire time, they don't understand the Canadian reaction. It's a mystery. No. They don't even think about it, though. Like, it's a mystery to them, but then it's a passing thought. Like, we're jumping up and down and acting like triggered university students that are completely deluded by ideology. And the Americans are like, what's up with that? It's a passing curiosity. They're driving down the road and they see the protesters and they're just like, man, those guys are weird. And they just keep going on with their life.
Anyway, I got shit to do.
Yeah, like, I've never encountered Canadian hatred from a single American, except maybe in the comments section on YouTube. But I don't give that a lot of credibility.
Yeah, you got to discount that to a degree, right?
Yeah, it's you know, it takes a while to get to know people.
People don't touch grass.
Section. Yeah,
people don't touch grass.
Just going off, or they're trolling or whatever.
Okay, we got.
I gotta go again.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll save this one until Frank gets back, and I'll just hit the regular chat. For some reason, I got Twitter chat just like blocking up the beginning of this, but let me get to this. I want to read a bunch of crap. Read Carney's autobiography on the net. Yeah, good luck with that. A lot of references to Karl Marx. Wow, isn't that fantastic? Karl Marx, what a guy. End times. Every generation has their end times. I don't think this is the end times. I just think this is just it's another blip. We all live through blips. There's blips that come here and there. We're just gonna go through one. Things will come out great on the other side. Don't fret that. They'll actually come out great on the other side. It's just what is the degree of the turmoil before you get to the other side? I mean, ask the Chinese. They had a pretty bad one. You probably don't want to go down the socialist blip. It'd be better to go down different blips. That's the guess. Jeff Menard, it's the rate of immigration that's the problem. Yeah, well, the rate of immigration is off the chains. It's absolutely ridiculous. But it's not about the rate of immigration. I mean, if we had nothing but skilled people coming into the country, nothing but, then the rate of immigration would be we would be the wealthiest country in minutes, because we'd have all these skilled people building enterprise and all this other stuff. No, it's the fact that we're not getting the good ones. We're not getting the best. That's a big problem. And I would really point it towards going back to a meritocracy. That would be fantastic. America never had a good side. I'm sorry you feel that way. I'm sorry that you feel that way. America has been a fantastic place. In fact, America has been the biggest place. I mean, like, what had a good side? It would be my question more. And why are so many people around the world so convinced America is the best place on the planet that they all want to move there? Like, what gets people to think that? I don't get it. What would make you want to think
America? That? Fuck yeah.
We're off to save the motherfucking day. Yeah.
Hey, yeah.
So like, people that say America doesn't have a good side, it just doesn't make sense to me, because like, so many people want to move to America. Even today, even people will say like, oh, it's the most racist country on the planet, and you got all these brown people going, I'll risk it. Right?
And like,
and they're fine.
There is
and they make a living, they make tons of money, they're good.
There's racism in America. There's racism everywhere. And it's not just like, but I hate the idea that, racism can only come from white pigmented skin, because it goes the other way.
Racism's crazy in China. They hate black people, by the way.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, they're pretty bad for that. You
better make a relationship with them as Canada, right? Muslim values are Canadian values. They enslave them, and they hate black people. So they're just a perfect fit.
Yeah.
They're a perfect fit.
Aren't they? Aren't they ever? Holy cow. Gary McDonald with a $10 super chat says, did I miss one? I want to make sure I didn't miss. No. I didn't miss one. Gary McDonald says, Carney became PM for his own profit. The green grift is losing its profitability fast. I agree with that. Cutting a deal with Trump for resource extraction in Canada after U.S. takeover would make him a killing. Question marks. I don't think he's going to facilitate that. I honestly think he's trying to facilitate a deal with China. He'll probably make way more money with them, but because the U.S. will want to try to do it in an honest way and not for payola, like China would be happy to do. So he's going to go with the payola route, and I don't see it winning. Just like this whole idea of authoritarianism is not winning across the globe. We see these movements everywhere, from Argentina to Chile to Venezuela to Iran right now. Like, people do not like to be lorded over, and people are shouting, leave me alone, stop ruling me. We see it now.
And to that guy's point about the green scam losing steam, so Carney set up GFANS 2021. It got like $70 trillion or 70, it was some absurd number, an absurd amount of money committed. And that commitment has just kind of drifted away. Like the climate scam is over. And so you got to find a new way to make money. It's already made its money. So he's moving on, even if his verbiage isn't, even if he's talking about net zero here in Canada and carbon capture and all this nonsense.
He's already talking about methane instead of CO2. He's moving on to the next thing to hope to trickle a little bit more payola out of it. Like
the world of tomorrow is not going to be concerned with those things because like the real players in the world, China's not building solar because they give a damn about carbon capture or carbon credits. They're building solar because it makes sense for them. They're building solar because it makes money. So they're doing EV technology because like that new battery that Samsung is proposing, it's got high silver content, but 600 miles on a charge and a charge in 9 minutes. That's pretty compelling stuff. You know, and that battery, by the way.
Are you talking about the new battery, the new solid state battery that's being released?
Yeah. And it won't.
Oh, you're on that too.
To death. It's not like it will not burn you to death. So like electrics are moving into a field where they can compete and actually be an alternative.
I hope that's not bullshit.
What's that? No, man.
I mean, it's not bullshit.
It's not. Well, maybe Samsung is lying, but if they're lying, they're going around the world buying up silver supply. And Samsung is not a company. If you know anything about Samsung,
no. Samsung is not part of this solid state thing. So there's a company that's just come out and made an announcement that they have a solid state battery that does not require lithium and rare earth minerals and all this other stuff. And
sure it's not Samsung. I'm pretty sure I did a report on this. Samsung.
I have to check my history because it was not Samsung.
Samsung solid state battery uses silver as an active material, causing a structural shortage in the global supply chain. There's already a structural shortage. Like silver is critical, just like oil is. It's like we're going to, wars can be fought over it. The new battery offers a 600-mile range, 20-year lifespan, and a 9-minute charge time. Samsung silver solid state battery game changer.
You have to look up the donut battery. Literally called the donut battery. It's a company called Donut. And
I'm going to link this in the chat for you to have a look at. Just
so
you can check it out too.
I'll check that out. But the company called Donut, they're from like the Scandinavian country, and they're making this claim that they have a solid state battery that works in all temperature ranges. And I mean when I say all temperature ranges,
it's all for 100,000 cycles.
Yes. That's why I'm like, is it real?
Lower cost than lithium ion solid state. This is big news for silver, man. All of this is big news for silver, but it's also big news for electric, because if you can overcome some of the challenges that electric has and actually make them viable, like I'm all for it. I'm all for it. It's not like I'm against electric vehicles. I'm not so sure that I want to buy a Chinese electric vehicle, but
yeah, that'll be
probably with a kill switch and some spy software in there and telemetry data out the wazoo, and I don't think I need that in my life. No parts that you can get, no warranty support. I don't know.
Okay, anyway, let's get to some more of these. Kitty the Prepping Cat, I always love that name, for 27 months. Thank you so much. Says, great to see you both. We're country folk. My son and I are moving back to Saskatchewan in June. Finally, it's our last hope for peace. Plus, no hills, thank God. a lot of people don't like the fact that the plains have no hills. That's an interesting take on it.
Beautiful valleys. If you've never been here, man, the Fort Capel Valley, the valley around the Battlefords, there's ski hills here, man. Like up north, Saskatchewan is not the flat prairie that it is down in Estevan and Regina everywhere. Okay. It's actually, dare I say, very diverse.
We got Sasquatch Chronicles for 1999 says Canadians think that the ship is sinking. If the ship is sinking, you should be with the captain as the ship goes down. Otherwise, you're a traitor. New World Order. What's great about being American? At least we're not Canadian. LOL. I love that. That's funny. Yeah, why do you have to go down with the ship? Because it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make any sense to me. Canada was founded on people who left their places of origin because it sucked, because of the people made it sucky. And then they came here for a new life. If you're leaving this place because the people here made it crap, why would you be a traitor? A traitor to what? And I'm not a traitor to anything. I take offense. I mean, I take offense to that, but let me explain this. I'm not a traitor to anything. I have people telling me I'm American and I should get the fuck out of Canada. I'm saying, okay, sayonara. That's what I'm doing. I could leave today. I have to sort out the immigration stuff for my family. That's the only reason why I'm still here. I would have been gone ages ago. Honestly. It's really sad. Really sad that so many people have that.
It shouldn't be this way. It shouldn't be this like pissing contest. We share a continent. We share national destinies. We share a lot of money and a lot of products. We depend on each other for a lot of things. There's millions of Americans.
We're gonna share it. We're gonna keep sharing it, Frank.
There's
we're
no
gonna keep
replacing
sharing
each
it.
other. It's like
it's not gonna change.
Battle between brothers.
What's gonna happen is in the future, we're gonna look back and we're gonna look at the Canadians that had that stupid attitude, and we're gonna say, as Americans to Americans in an American territory, why, idiot? You know what I mean? You put yourself through hardship for no reason. You didn't have to.
It's not like.
But remember how stubborn you were back then? Yeah, okay. How good did that get for you?
Of cultural disparity, like the French and the British, or the Germans and the French. It ain't like that. Sure, we stayed with the crown. The Americans went with the republic, but we share the culture. Most of what Canada, like we have a shared culture. We listen to American music. Americans listen to Canadian music. Like, we're together.
Not like we do with the Canadian content. Like, they don't know what fuck Our Lady pieces. They don't get it. They don't know it because it was shoved down our throats. But you nailed something right there, and that's the idea that okay. This was a premonition. There's an epiphany that came to me this week. I get it now. Why Easterners are so different than Westerners. Westerners largely came up from America, from the plains, and moved into the prairies and British Columbia and all that stuff. And let's forget about the lower mainland of British Columbia just for this moment, because that's something else. But culturally, that part is very similar to the United States. The reason why the East is so different and uppity is because they're either British loyalists or defectors.
Or they're French.
Their identity is not being something else, not being part of the winning team. That's it. And then later the British Empire became not the British Empire, and then it became the American century, where America was the best. And they're all just sitting up there going, I guess I hedged my bet wrong, but I won't admit that. I'm going to say that I was part of this great legacy of people who stuck it to the man, which wasn't the man at the time. Let's be honest. The American colonies were not the man when they were going up against the largest empire the world had ever seen at the time.
Yeah. I mean, Rome might give them a run for their money, but basically it was more global.
Canada, you're not a freaking underdog. You're not an underdog. You had an opportunity to be a part of the greatest experiment in the history of this planet, and you chose to stick with the empire. That's a very different historical situation than what people are trying to paint it as. And on that mark, hold the chat.
Oh, you bugger. Talking about the mug. I bought this for $2 in a town called Myersburg in Ontario. There was a flea market there. I have mixed fertilizer in this to put in a tank for my greenhouse. What else have you gone through? It lived in a basement. It got dropped on a concrete floor a couple times and it survived. It made it all the way to Saskatchewan. And on occasion, I bring it out. I don't drink a lot. But when I do, I like to use my mug. I have another beer cup that just says beer on it. It was my dad's. It's kind of a sacred artifact. I bring it out about Christmas time, and I make sure that I have a few drinks out of it around Christmas time to remember Dad. But yeah, this is my mug. It holds a liter. I can pour 3 of these Great Western cans. If you got, wait a sec, we got to get a label here. Product shot. I am not paid for promoting Great Western. Fantastic beer company. I haven't had a bad beer by these people the entire time I've lived here. I've over the 4 years, I've drank Pilsner. I've drank their original 76, I believe it's called, the classic. Even their light beer is pretty good. But the mug will hold 3 of these. And if you just keep topping it up, you'll lose track of how many you've drank. So it's even better. Yeah, happy birthday to my dad. I don't want to get into that too much because I don't want to get weepy, but like Dad was he was my best friend. We had our problems, but he was my best friend. And yeah, he would have been 80. And we're getting to that point where it's like, you know, you're so far past it that I almost don't even want to know what he would have been like at 80, because I remember him as still fairly strong, able to work probably the way that he wants to be remembered. So I'm good with it. And anytime I feel sad about Dad, I just go and visit my son and my daughter and live vicariously through them. My pops was a real one too, Frank. Yeah. Having a good dad is priceless. Beer and sentimental talk on live. Yeah, no, I won't go too far. I'll pull a plug on it first.
I hope to be one of those dads that, you know, I hope my kids talk kindly about me like that.
We all want a good dad wants that. You want your kids to come into Discord, Frank, Dual Sports Bandit.
Okay, so
and you know what I'll do? I'll even
now's a good time to plug the Discord. We'll get into this, but I only put the Discord link out on the Friday live stream, so I'm gonna have to figure out something else if I'm not doing these Friday live streams.
Well, you don't do the Friday live stream anymore. You do the Frank and Clyde show, or the Clyde and Frank show. I apologize. Clyde and Frank show. Respect.
I don't care.
Every Friday
order. Whatever rings a bell better. I do the Marty and Clyde show, so I mean that's the thing. So, not every Friday. It's not gonna be every Friday, but yeah, no, I'll have you on.
Just whatever.
We'll do lots of these chats, but it just might not be on Fridays. That's the only caveat. Might be on a Saturday. Who knows? This is the reason why you need to have the notification bell rung and watch all the current videos so that you'll be notified. And I say watch all the current videos is because even if you ring the notification bell, but you fall off on the channel, YouTube stops recommending it. So make sure that that's something that you do. Because they
monetized or unmonetized, we're all slaves to the algorithm.
That's right. It's a thing. I think there's a cue to get back into the talks about why this is the end of the Friday shows, but let's get to this. Van C guy, let's trade Quebec to Trump for Point Roberts. Okay.
Sorry, there's a guy, Tim Coolican. He says, funny stuff. We were behind playing the video at 2x. We just caught up where Frank talked about his father at regular speed. You two sound drunk. You might be onto something, pal. I mean, there's a few empty beer cans piling up. I don't know.
I got a bunch of them. I got 4 empties now.
Hey, that guy, the chat's working again. That guy's gone.
Which guy?
Check me out guy. He finally left. You know that guy that was pinned at the bottom for a while? Reaper?
Oh, yeah. For some reason, that's a thing that happens with Twitter because Twitter's chat doesn't work right. It's just like a comment, but then it just pins it to the bottom. The people on YouTube don't even see those chats. It's something else. We've got Chon with a $6.99 super chat says Canada needs to hitch its wagon to USA. Get over Trump. Yeah, get over it.
The wagon's already hitched to them. Like, it's not a matter of hitching our wagon. It's admitting that we're hitched and just getting on with it, you know?
Yeah. Get over it.
We're already there. They're buttering our bread, man.
This is why I said, like, remain relatively independent, right? In my tweet where I was talking about that. For those, I'll just pop it up so people can see. I said, I just like to say that the United States of America has been so kind to allow Canada to remain relatively independent for so long. No other country in their position would have. It is at the behest of their kindness that they've allowed for that. Absolutely. No other if China had that lording authority over a country, do you think they would just like let it be independent with all those resources? No, never. Chili Peppers. What do you got? Chili Peppers wild side. She's got a wild side now. For $10 says, Clyde, I'm broke as a joke. Welcome to Canada, but I wanted to give you something. Thank you for speaking so much truth for us and taking time away from the family to keep us informed. We appreciate you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Because that gets into why I'm actually putting an end to the Fridays. Appreciate that. Thank you. Trish Brew for $2.79 says my first home online was with U.S. conservatives in 2010. Cool. That's awesome. I'm curious where, like on some Discord server somewhere. I don't know. Speaking of Discords, always give out the link in the Discord for the Discord on Friday nights. We're gonna have to figure out a different way to keep people coming into the Discord if they want to come in. But the link will be in the chat. One of the moderators will pop it up in the chat. If you want to come over and chat with us afterwards, we'll be in the Discord and we'll hang out.
I'm actually going to stay at the desk for the first time ever. I'm not
really? Are you?
At the green screen? I will do it just for you guys. I won't be a lazy prick and go to my chair. I will sit here and I'll be live.
Dude, I'm not a lazy prick. Look, I'm standing. I don't sit down for any of this stuff.
So the table that I'm sitting at that I've made into my desk, this was the table I grew up around. I used to play under this thing. There's like a latch underneath I used to play with. My son plays with this thing. And I don't know how to get it elevated enough or turn it into something that I can just lift up. I haven't solved this problem of engineering. So, but I'm kind of attached to the table, so I keep things the way they are. Like I got scratch marks from my fingernails from when I was like 5 on the other end of it. So I'm a sentimental fool.
Yeah, I've got no sentiments. I just ordered a standing table. And I've got all the mounts because all my monitors are attached to it. It's great. It works perfectly.
Dual sportsman. It says standing is a power move. When I stand, though, I'm 6'5". It's kind of unfair. So I usually try to like.
It makes no difference. My camera is here. Your camera would be here. It's all the same. It's all relative. There's no power move there. I can't read this because of the colors. Can you get that one?
About how far into the stream did Clyde talk about why he's ending Fridays? He wants to spend more time with his family, basically. And
yeah,
why am I answering for you? Go ahead.
Okay, let's get into it. So Fridays were, well, let's talk about it actually. So my first Friday live was way back. I did live streams before this, but that's nostalgic right there.
That is this. Look at you. You're pudgy.
I am now, or I was then?
No, back then. You're so young.
It might just be the camera lens.
How old is that? April 2022?
Almost 4 years ago.
Wow. That's cool. That's retro Clyde. I like it.
Yeah. That's Retro Clyde. So this was the first one. It was me. My kids asked me, Dad, what does freedom mean? And I explained it in a live stream. You can go back and watch it. It's heartfelt, and I was doing the thing, but the channel blew up, and it was all about the freedom convoy was happening, and I was just like, wow, I was so busy with that and just getting that out. And then finally, come April, the end of April, I was like, oh, trying to reassess, and then I'm like, I guess I'll do a live stream and just chat and catch up. And that was when I made it like a weekly thing. So I did a few other live streams prior to that, but then I decided I'm going to do this weekly, and I'm just going to do a catch up on all the things that are happening throughout the week, because there's more than just what happens in my videos, right? There's a lot more that comes out than what just happens in the videos. And so I wanted to catch up with the community and also talk about some of the stories that didn't make videos. Okay, timeout. Frank's getting a timeout. That's fine. Frank, you have your timeout. And so I when I decided to do that, I'm the kind of person where I'm like, if I'm gonna do a thing, I'm gonna do a thing, and I'm gonna stick to it. And I stuck to it. I've been sticking to it for going on 4 years now. And here's the thing, it really has taken a toll on my availability for my family on the weekends. And that sucks. So I want to, one thing is I want to be a little bit more available for my family for weekends, because they have weekends off. I have weekends off, and that's the best time for us to hang out. And the live streams do get in the way of that. Now, if I did it the odd Friday, that's not a big deal. But if it was every Friday, then it's like, wow, okay, it really does. Now, the other thing that triggered this was, on top of this, I'm also doing a stream every Wednesday, which I do with Marty. So I do the live stream with Marty. And in that live stream, we also do a community moment where we can talk with everybody and people can raise their concerns. So I found it got to a point where it became a little bit redundant to do the Wednesday show with the Q&A, and then also the Friday show. And it became quite involved. So I thought the best for all parties involved here is we could just do the community thing on Wednesdays with Marty. That's fantastic. And then not only that, I can always do the odd live stream here and there. And this is why it's important to keep the notification bell rung, is I can do the odd live stream with Frank. I could do the odd live stream with any other person that wants to come on the show, and we can do a podcast together. But just do it willy-nilly and do it at a leisure pace while maintaining the Wednesday live streams. And then when it comes to the Friday, just that one just is gone. That one's by the wayside. So was this basically rocking two full-time jobs at this point? Yeah, that's right. I am basically rocking two full-time jobs at this point. Where are we? Right down at the bottom. Yeah, Peter from Edmonton saying that. So yeah, I'm basically rocking two full-time jobs at this point. So and being a dad. So like I want to be there for my kids, and I want to be there for my wife, my beautiful wife. I want to be there for everybody.
Selfish, man.
Yeah,
selfish. Just terrible.
I put a few years into this. But it doesn't mean that it's gone. It just means that it's shifting over. So if you're keen on the Friday Lives, go check out the Wednesdays. Go check out the Wednesdays with Marty, because if you catch it live, it's one of those things, right? it goes live, but then it becomes after the live stream's done, it goes to members only, and then members can check it out after the fact and check out what's going on in the community. But you have to catch it live. Then the next day, the segment that we film at the beginning goes up for everybody to see. So yeah, it's one of those things. So yeah, it was a decision in the making. It took a little while for me to be like, do I pull the plug on it? What do I do? I've been doing this for so long, it just becomes like a tradition at a certain point. But if it's like I need to spend my time doing something different, that wins over. So that's where we're at. That's where we're at. So that is the reason why we're ending the Fridays and why the clickbait for the thumbnail and the
It's over.
It's over. I had to. It's funny. I even said, Frank, hey, can you do your best clickbait face? And you tried a few times. The best was
I tried. I'm terrible at it. It's like political smiles, man. Like when I was running for office and stuff, people were like, yeah, you gotta smile, and I'm like, I don't know how. Like I gotta like
do the Pierre Polyev one. How does he do it?
What's that?
Pierre Polyev, his smile.
See, like I can't carry it. I just look like a woodchuck, a hairy woodchuck.
Pierre does. Pierre smile is awful, dude. Oh my god, I gotta pull it up.
Are you people in the chat laughing at me? Are you? My feelings.
Smile he pulls is just so hilarious. Oh, let me pull this up.
You want a hilarious one? Scott Moe. Scott Moe has no politician smile.
Somebody needs to like teach this guy how to smile that looks real. You know what I mean? Like you can tell when he's smiling really and it's tough. Real. You can tell when he's smiling and it's real. For real though, like I'll show you. Here's an image of him smiling and it's absolutely real. Like that's a real smile.
Yep, that's what you want, but you can't.
But then he gets in front of the cameras and he does that smile, and you're like, what, dude? Like, don't just don't. That's a real smile. That's not a real smile. And he's got a lot of pictures like that, and it's just so weird. Here's another good one. Right here. Like that's a guy who's
but can you imagine?
Dude? He's got a gun barrel in his rectum with his staff going, smile, damn it. And he's like,
in all fairness though, whether you like politicians or not, after doing 3 rallies a day where you got to smile for the camera 400 to 500 times every single day, you're gonna end up looking like that. Like there's pictures I've seen of him where he's just like, his look is like, kill me, just free me from this smile shaming.
My smile shaming.
It's true.
Come on, that's not a smile.
It's not bad. I mean, that one's not bad. It's
not bad.
Better than the other one you showed.
Really? I think that one's
better
worse
than the other one. That's terrible. To me, that's terrible. That like he looks. He's like, it's like he's looking at the camera thinking, I know you ain't buying it, but like I gotta do it. So take your freaking picture.
Oh, it's so bad.
Yeah, dear, that's a grimace. That's right. That's a grimace. That's like you're really putting it on, and you don't even believe yourself at that point.
When he was younger, he knew how to smile. He had some real smiles. Here, let me show this one. That was a real smile.
Yep.
I mean, it's a dorky smile, but it's a smile. It's a legitimate one.
Dorky Pierre was good Pierre.
Dorky Pierre was good Pierre.
Actually, Dorky Pierre became like really cool Dorky Pierre before they gave him the makeover.
Yes.
Like, I thought he was in his final form before the makeover. And then the makeover, it's not terrible, but like I liked where he was going before that.
Yeah, Dorky Pierre was turning into, wow, this guy could take Canada out of a crappy economic situation, Pierre. And then he went in.
He was incisive. He smoked hookahs on live streams. I mean,
he did.
What more can you want? What more can you want?
And then he turned into PR Polyev.
Yes.
PR Polyev. That was the
he's still the same
public
under
relations
the hood, like, I think he's still the same under the hood, but they changed the paint job and they did some body work, and I don't know. It's just not doesn't strike me as authentic.
No, because he's doing the script and then it's clunky. Yeah. It just comes across as clunky and it's not authentic. And that's the thing. People want authenticity. And that's what they were getting with Dorky Pierre. Dorky Pierre was authentic, and that was scary for the Liberals. And so I think the Liberals probably had a hand in making him PR Polyev, because that killed it. PR Polyev was just awful. There was like Apple Orchard Pierre, and then there was PR Polyev. Ugh.
Apple Orchard Pierre was pretty good too.
He was good. That was authentic Pierre.
People who
that was the crescendo of the Dorky Pierre being like his thing. He lost the glasses at that point, but
you mentioned Wycliffe earlier. Wycliffe and a woman named Patricia Conlon, they did a skit based on that Apple Orchard thing for the PPC, and I'm like, that's how gold it was. That the PPC had to mimic it. They had to copy it. That's how good that was. Yep. And it kind of went downhill from there. That was like a high spot.
There's conservatives all over Twitter that still have apples in their name, little apple emojis in their name.
Like, people think that Canada can't have a conservative leader that doesn't emanate that I don't give an F type vibe. I think you can sell that to the Canadian public. It just has to be somewhat sophisticated. It can't be Trumpian. Trump wouldn't sell here. But a Polyev that's incisive and clever in the way that he was, that sells. I really believe Canadians want that. They want strength. They just don't want it as in your face as
I just don't think he can ever do it again. I think he's made a new character. He's got a whole new character arc that's not what his character arc would have been if he would have just kept going in the direction that he
shame of it is, like, the shame of it is when I look back on it, I said this at the time, you had every force that was available kind of coming together to try and derail that, for maybe not deliberately trying to derail, but he was opposed by everything. And now that I look back on what Carney's doing, I look at how he's weakening Canada, I look at how he's deconstructing everything, and I think to myself, Pierre really was, whether you liked him or not or thought he could solve all the problems, he really was the guy you wanted to vote for if you believed in the status quo of Canada. I'm not sure I'm one of those guys. I voted for him. And to be honest, if there was a federal election tomorrow, I'd probably vote for him again because I think it's the right thing to do, even if it's contrary to my own interests. Like, I'm like that. I'm weird like that. I'll work against my own desires sometimes because it's what I think is the right thing to do.
I'll tell you what I won't vote for, though. I'll tell you what I won't vote for. I won't vote for a candidate in my riding that won't even show up to the debate.
Well, you ain't going to get that anywhere because the candidates don't matter, man. They just don't matter. They're all,
but that's the thing. You pay. You're voting for your candidate in your riding.
Yeah,
you're voting for the candidate in your riding, and the guy in my riding didn't even show up. And I called him out on it after the election. I said, "Yeah, congratulations on a decisive victory," and he sent me back some BS about we ran a good campaign and we're very proud of it. Like, dude, you didn't show up.
You will run into Canadians that will tell you all the time that we don't vote for our prime ministers, and yet that's exactly who we vote for. So you
Totally.
literally don't,
Yep.
you vote for the local guy, but the local guy is handpicked because he's going to rubber stamp the PM and the cabinet into place.
This is why we should not have a parliamentary system.
It's
we should
so
have a
it's
republic
shitty.
where you vote for your senator,
Yeah.
you vote for your congressman,
Yep.
you vote
Yep.
for the executive branch. Absolutely.
There's no debating it. I can't even understand how people can entertain the debate. The Constitution's superior. The American electoral system is superior with all of its problems, and it has some. Civil rights are superior. The amount of choice you have at the ballot is superior. Everything is better under the Constitution. Hey, we can still have Canada. We should just import the thing. Like,
you want gay marriage in your region? Don't just wait for your parliamentarian to make it happen. Vote for it in your region. And I'm the only reason why I brought that up is because prop whatever from California came up earlier. But it's like all of these civil issues you can deal with locally in a republic. You can't do that in the parliamentary system. You just every 4 years or sooner, if the ruling party decides that it's advantageous for them to go into an election period, which also sucks, you go and you cast your ballot for the guy that you want in the head office, but you actually are inadvertently voting for the guy in your local office. Yeah, it sucks. Totally sucks. Anyway, back to some more questions. Chon for $6.99 says, how did the Greatest Generation raise the liberal boomers?
Because they loved them. Because the Greatest Generation had gone through bloody massacre like we can't even imagine. There's still films on YouTube you can watch which will give you the scale of it. They loved their children and they wanted to protect their children. And that's a rabbit hole. That is a rabbit hole.
Yeah, and then the boomers in turn tried to do the same for their next generation, and they did it by neglecting, by saying we just don't look at this bad stuff that's around. it doesn't exist, and the evils of the world don't exist. And instead of preparing people for it, they made the Gen Xers that don't have the savvy that the great generation had. And then the Gen Xers had a bunch of kids, raising them to not have participation or to have participation trophies instead of losing their battles. And that came from the Gen Xers. A lot of the Gen Xers rail on the boomers, but I like to point out the Gen Xers were the parents, because they were the kids that were the latchkey kids, and they didn't do the latchkey kid thing. They did I don't want my kid to have a sad existence, so you're going to make sure that he gets a trophy too. That was a generation that happened. And here we are after that. How did that work out? Are you Gen Xer?
I'm a Zennial. I'm right on the border. 1980.
Yeah, same.
I'm right in the middle. I remember rotary phones and party lines and everything else that came after, you know.
Yeah, I'm a Zennial as well.
Party line.
What's up?
You know what a party line is?
I know what a party line is.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Because I get that from Gen Xers all the time. They're just like, what's a party line? And I'm like, let me tell you a tale.
That's a rule thing, though. I never had a party line. We didn't know about party lines when I was growing up, because that's more of a rule thing.
It's all we had. So like on the road we were on, there were multiple houses and there was only one drop feed. So every house had its own separate ringtone. And you'd hear people picking up and listening to your conversation. It's like, what prick on the road is doing this? Like, who is invading I'm just trying to talk to my dad. You know what I mean? Parents are divorced. I just want to talk to dad.
So in a little bit of defense to the Gen Xers, they were some of the first generation that ever had, huge divorce rates, where they had single parents that stayed home, or single parents So you had a single parent that taking care of kids, and also dual income parents. So you had both kids or both parents going off to work. So for them, they had a hard time raising kids, but at the same time, what did they do? Shove them in daycare. When they did come home, it's like, I don't have time for you. You're having problems at school. Okay, how do we make this easier? Just give you what you want. You know what I mean? It was like, oh, you don't like what's for dinner? Okay, I'll make another dinner. You know, instead of like, no, you get what's for dinner, and then laying down the law. They were really passive, a lot of the Gen Xers, and said, no. Okay, whatever. We'll just do something different. And then instead of giving their kids crap, they would give the teachers crap.
Yeah.
Over
Well,
the stuff.
and then
this bred the Karens, right?
And then we weakened all the teachers. So like by weakening the teaching profession, we brought in all the weak people to do the teaching, and there was no enforcement. There was no discipline, and the parents demanded, because the kid could never be wrong. And it's just the inversion of the way it's supposed to be. Like you're trying to raise fully functional human beings. You're not trying to raise protected, insulated, surrounded by pillow children. Like you have to. We'll see how I do. Let's put it that. We'll see how I do by the time my kids are older and they can judge me.
Yeah, judge us too. After Canadian Spider-Man saying it was feminism really started doing damage, Clyde. Yeah, well, who brought the feminism in? It was the boomers, and then the Gen Xers really had fun with second and third wave feminism. Like, you remember the classic red hair? You remember red hair, Big Red? Do you remember Big Red? She was like the famous YouTube feminist that really kicked off like people paying attention to how crazy feminism had gotten.
Oh, you mean Rachel Gilmore? Sorry, that was a bad joke.
No. Big Red.
I know. I know. I don't know Big Red.
Okay, we're gonna go back to a time. This was
let me tell you a tale. Gather around.
Let me tell you a tale about.
Let me tell you a tale about past times.
Early 2000s. Oh, I'm glad I found the clip. Okay, so this is some of the great internet tales. So be prepared to be amazed. What was the okay, it starts here. Be prepared to be amazed by the feminist you're about to hear. I used to be anti-feminist until I listened to her sound, well-reasoned and well-delivered arguments. I'm now proud to be a submissive servant of all that is feminine and good in this world. Praise be to holy vagina. This really kicked off the whole thing about feminism on the internet.
Oh, her. I know her.
Can you shut the fuck up for a second, too? Rape accusations discredit rape victims, which reinforces rape culture, which is part of patriarchy. The idea of certain people are inherently more valuable than other people because of superficial physical.
Does it really need the Benny Hill music? I'm like, whatever.
The idea that men should coddle and provide for women and
look at that guy. He's just like, what did I get myself into?
Right?
And part of patriarchy. I'm reading fuckface. The fact that women have long been shut out of dangerous industrial jobs by men, by the way, is part of patriarchy. The idea that women are too weak to fight or too delicate to function in the military setting is part of patriarchy. It's part of patriarchy. Part of patriarchy. I don't know if you're noticing a theme. Patriarchy. Anyway, I'm not done. Not done. Shut the fuck up. Feminists do not want you. Shut the fuck up. Let me finish my list. Patriarchy. 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 Feminists hate patriarchy. We do not hate you, fuckface.
That's the best end.
That's a great finish.
That's the best end. Oh, she has a permanent frown, like a groper fish. It's amazing. But yeah, so that really kicked it off, and that was the patriarchy. Everything everything, blame it all on the patriarchy. I had a great idea. I wanted to actually open up what do you call it? A bakery with all male models wearing like really skimpy clothing that sold baked goods to middle-aged women, and I wanted to call it the pastryarchy. I thought it would be the best franchise in like yuppie neighborhoods.
That would probably work.
Right? I think it would work.
Because
Because they would like full on go for it. Okay, we'll go to the pastryarchy. But yeah, nonetheless, for sure, this is where the craziness came from. So yeah, as Spider-Man says, Canadian Spider-Man says, it was feminism that messed it up. It was the culture that led to feminism. Feminism was just a fad in the vehicle, right? The vehicle being the cultural shift that took place over a few generations. And mostly of this concept and Marxism again was another part of this. Marxism latched on to this. Marxism is the idea of victim mentality. It was the cultural Marxists out of the Frankfurt School that pushed a lot of this feminism and stuff, because it's the idea of like scapegoating all your problems. If you have problems in your life, it's not your problem. It's not your fault. It's somebody else. Blame it on somebody else. Hey, we can create this whole industry of blaming shit on other people, and that's what it became. Sorry, let's get back to the chat here. VIP PT Cruiser for 5 says Carney is implementing WEF, UN, IMF globalist policy. Canadians will own nothing and be happy. That is the plan. I don't disagree with that. What do you think, Frank?
I just got distracted by Laura in the chat. She said, I found Trudeau wine glasses at an antique sale. I couldn't resist. He makes me want to drink.
Well, it's the drinking stream tonight. So
I mean, the acronym it's the acronym brigade. I mean, yeah, I don't mean that as an insult to VIP. I just mean those are the organizations that I think are on their way out, and some people just haven't got the memo. Like, that's over with. I don't even like it's part of the conversation, but I think it's past tense. I really do. I don't think they win. No one wants them to. None of the powerful countries in the world want that nonsense. So whether Carney's doing it because he wants us to continue along that path, or he's doing it to paint a big red target on our back for the Americans, I don't know. We'll find out in the summertime. That's what I think.
Got what is that? Fickle Knot?
You guys tell me. Fickle Knot says, can you guys tell me what the heck is going on?
Been working on it. Been trying.
Yeah, it's kind of an ongoing thing.
Waniska for 5 says, going to miss the Friday night commensurating with you, Clyde. Oh, join us on Wednesdays. We'll be hanging out. And don't worry, I'll be doing live streams on different nights of the week. I'm just done with Fridays.
He wants a break, guys. He just wants a break.
It really comes down to that.
That's really what it comes down to.
It's been 4 years.
What's going on?
4 years. And yeah. I wanted to read that. I miss the old Clyde who cared about making Canada a better place.
I think he still does.
I want Canada to be a better place. I just have a different image of what a better place is. So I want all the Canadians who think that they're high and mighty and all of that to be put in their place. I want genuine, real Canadians who don't believe that, who don't think that, who are, I guess, are you in the minority? Are you in the minority? Actually, majority of the West Coast or the Western Canada is like this. But I want Canadians of that ilk to take charge. and I'm not saying that they haven't tried. They've been beaten down. I do want Canada to be a better place, but sometimes here's the analogy. If your son goes out and moves out on his own, and then he is terrible with his finances, blows his whole paycheck on a weekend, and then can't make ends meet, what are you going to do? Are you going to go in and say, okay, well, I'll give you some more money and then you'll make ends meet? What's going to happen next month? He's going to do the same thing. He's going to blow all his cash when he has it. The hard part is you have to let him go hungry. You have to let him deal with eating craft dinner and making craft dinner with butter packets that he got from McDonald's and creamers and stuff. Some people go through this, right? College dorms and stuff like that. And then that's what makes you wise, because you've been through it. You've suffered through it. And then next thing you know, your son is back and he's good. Hard knocks. That's exactly it. Canada needs some hard knocks, my friend. I hate to say it, but Canada is not. They're not ready for it. They're not ready for it. Yes, we should. Let's get through these last chats. Was that Nick Lan or Nick Ian? That's my father.
That's what my father said. He died. He thought it was better to die young. I think he's responding to what I said about my dad, how I wouldn't want to necessarily see him at 80. I remember him in the flower of his older days,
EIC ID Barrett says
Sid Barrett. That's a Pink Floyd reference.
Is that what that is? Okay,
he was the original lead singer of Pink Floyd.
How he got clearance, he shouldn't have, and that's itself is classified for national security till someone finds out the tape and a tape of me and Andrew in Toronto, early 80s, when I saw Epstein, Carney, I beat Jeff. I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Okay, so he's saying that he saw Epstein with Carney in the early 80s, and there's a videotape, but no one finds it, and he's not sure how Carney got security clearance. I think that's the summary.
Yeah, I don't know how he got it. Yeah, I mean, he got through the ethics commission with all the conflicts.
He's fine.
I mean, he's slippery. Cough to somebody. Thanks, Dual Sport Bandit. And Lorna, these are replies to other people. What am I talking about? I'm in the.
I'm
wrong,
not sure what you're doing here, bud.
I'm in the wrong chat. That's what I'm doing, dude.
It's all good. It's that dyslexia. It's kicking you hard right now.
It really is kicking me hard.
I can help you. I can help you.
Yeah, please. I'm like 5 deep, and
I'm a conservative boomer. Big Hollywood. Andrew Breitbart. Not sure. I don't know what that means, to be honest with you. I actually remember when you posted that comment. I don't know what that means. Big Hollywood. Andrew Breitbart.
Yeah, Breitbart's got a bunch of quotable things that I'm not familiar with, so I'd like to learn more. He was good.
Being Theothermal, being here for it all. Thanks for the great Friday nights. Cheers.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Gary McDonald says, if China wants oil, watch Ebby change his tune. Maybe. I don't know. There's something wrong. There's something structurally weird. I'm sorry, dude. You answer. That's the problem.
No, you're good. You're absolutely on point with that. There's something weird.
Something structural. It's weird.
But at the same time, like, NDP and liberals, they can speak out of both sides of their mouth and then do something completely different with their actions. You know what I mean? So it doesn't matter what's actually happening. They'll still say the platitudes of whatever. They have no issue with that. Conservatives always get called out because they'll attack you on your own logic. They'll attack you in your own morals, but they won't live to those morals. They'll just attack you on your morals. That's what they'll do.
North 49 RC. Frank, I find tall people to be the most compassionate gentle giants you got, game bro. You know what's funny about that? You are always, as a tall person, you're always making yourself smaller. If you're a humble person, if you actually care about the other people, you're always making yourself smaller. You're always trying to defer, because the last thing you want to do is be a tall guy that actually wants to domineer everybody. Because everybody's going to hate you if you do that. Because nobody controls their genetics. Nobody controls how tall they are.
That's fair.
And like, there's other things like good tall people are always very gentle. So I agree. Yeah.
That's reasonable in my estimate. The people that have been worse to me in my life have always been short or not.
One of the best
or not tall.
One of my favorite stories of all time was, I remember there was a kid in school. His name was Philip. He obviously came from a troubled background. He used to run down the hallways, like in high school. He ran everywhere. This kid never walked. He ran because he was afraid of getting picked on. One day I was walking up the sidewalk. I was out front of the school having a cigarette. And this kid that I knew, Sean, he was picking on Phil because he was bigger. And I will never forget that day because Sean was bigger than Phil, but I was bigger than Sean. And I walked up behind Sean and I grabbed his coat and I hucked him as hard as I could at the ground. And I'm like, you want to pick on Phil? Next time you pick on me. And that's circumstances like that are the only time size comes into play. Because you don't, and that I'm proud of that. But like to actually leverage physical dominance over people, like, first off, I'm not physically dominant, folks. I might be big, but like it doesn't mean I'm martial. I used to wrestle with this guy Dave in high school. He was a shorter guy. Man, was he wiry. If I could get a hold of him, he was screwed, but I could never get a hold of him, so I was kind of screwed. So he'd just bounce around me. It's I've always had a personal pet peeve for tall guys that really use it to domineer people. It's always rubbed me the wrong way. We're all equals. So anyway, tangent.
That's fair. That's absolutely fair. I've got one from PB Alberta first. Oh, JP.
Frank is right about what Canadians really want at their core. They really want to see the image they see as being Canadian is what World War I and World War II soldiers were. Tough, but just doing the job and getting it done. It's 100 years old, man.
It's not what they're doing, though.
We aren't that anymore. I wish we were.
I wish we were, absolutely. But we're so far removed from that. And I really feel it this way. Like, Canadians look worse by constantly bringing up how would you say this? You can't live in the moment and expect people to want to, how do I even say this? You can't live on the good deeds of Canadians 80 years ago. You can't do that.
Can't live in the past, man.
No one's gonna respect you if you're living on the good deeds and the things, the merits that came from a previous generation, and always bring that up as if it's something that other people owe to you. And this is something that I've caught so many people do. so many people have done this where they'll bring up like, we were there for you in Normandy, we were there for you in these times. It's like, fuck, buddy.
Were you
That was
alive?
it.
Were you
Were you
alive?
even around? Were you even around? Okay. Will you do that today? Would you do that if given the scenario? Would you get off of a boat into the water where it's 80% certain death? Would you do that? No. The answer is no. But they live on that. They live on that, and they use that as a commodity. And I think it's very disrespectful to the people who actually lived through that to use that as a commodity. So yeah, just gonna say that. Winiska for 5 says, I guess Wednesday will be better than nothing. Yeah, appreciate that. Yeah, so that's kind of an ongoing joke in the chat. Clyde, you're better than nothing. that's the compliment that I get.
From Clyde do nothing to Clyde, you're better than nothing. That's an upgrade.
It's an upgrade. It's
That's
absolutely an upgrade. Dale Talk, member for 28 months. Thank you so much, my man. That's great. Says, glad I caught the last Friday stream. God bless, brother. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And Dale Talk with the last one, stolen valor. Yeah, it is stolen valor to tell people that, well, we were there for you during this. Like, but were you?
Yeah.
Like, I can't even claim that. I can't claim that because, so my dad's from America, for one. My mom is from Scotland. I was not alive during Normandy. What do I have to do with Normandy? I have nothing to do with Normandy. I'm you know, like, the benefits of what took place, I'm living those benefits, but I didn't attribute to those. And that's,
I gotta rock one again.
Okay. Frank's gonna rock one. I'm gonna do some closing statements, but before, I'm gonna make sure that Frank has a chance to say something before he jumps out here. Oh, we got one last quick one from JP Alberta First for $10. He says, that time I spoke that time I spoke of is gone, but it is what Canadians wish we still were. We have a chance at least here in Alberta to create something with honor and greatness. I really agree with you there. So there's nothing more admirable than somebody who says, let me just do it. I don't care if it hurts or if it's, I have to go through hard times. Let me just do it. Let me just try. That's admirable. What's not admirable is guilt tripping people to stay for whatever reason, or this stolen valor of saying, we did this or that. No, it's absolutely, if Alberta wants to separate, this is why I'm absolutely for it. Alberta doesn't want to ride the coattails of Ottawa. They don't want to pay for the coattails of Ottawa either. And if Ottawa has a problem with that, well, Ottawa should buck up and say, Alberta, here are the reasons why you should want to stay. But instead of doing that, they're turning around and they're saying, here's why you should feel guilty for wanting to leave. And it's the worst argument ever.
Yeah.
And it's all the more reason that Alberta and Saskatchewan, for that matter, should get the hell out of Canada.
Has anybody in your life who's ever taken you on a guilt trip ever been working for your benefit?
No.
It's chronic, and that's Canada. It's the guilt trip country. And I like that comment. We have a chance to take the core of what Canada, its potential, and do something different with it. You know, and I hope we take the opportunity. I really do. We have to do something different. The status quo is the worst nightmare. Maybe China dominating Canada is a little bit worse, but I think that's the status quo. We're already there.
Pretty bad.
They have no respect.
They have zero respect for our culture or any of that stuff.
That's it.
It'll all be gone. Anyway, let's head on over to the Discord. Anybody want to get into the Discord? The link is in the chat. The moderators have been putting it in the chat a bunch of times, so get yourself over there. In the future, we'll figure out a different way to get people over to the Discord because we won't be doing the Friday Night Live chats anymore. Thank you all for joining us on the very last one. After nearly 4 years of Friday Night Live chats, we're finally bringing this one to a close. They're going to go into a new chapter of our lives, a new chapter of this channel, a new chapter of everything. And I wish you all Godspeed in this whole thing. Frank, you want to do a little sign out?
I want to send a cheers out to you. Of all the influencers out there, and there's been good ones to me, but you've been the best.
Well, thank you.
People are afraid to even talk to me for one reason or another. And, you know, it's been a good run. And I've missed a bunch of, we've ships passing in the night a bunch of times. I want you to know, I want to state publicly, I really appreciate you.
So of all the people that I've been good to, I've been good to a lot of people. You've been good to me back, and there's a few that have been good to me back, and there's a lot that have not been. So
I know, and I won't be among them. I joke about preparing my treachery arc, but I ain't got time for that.
Well, I hope to bring you on more, and I hope to introduce more people with your mentality and your mindset, because I'm constantly looking for more people that are creators out there to introduce out there, because I just really love finding people that are passionate about what it is that they do. And I hope to do more of that in the future. So I'm glad I've been able to do good to you, and you've done good to me. So let's cheers to that. And then we'll get over the Discord, and we'll see you guys all in the next one. Cheers, everybody.